Welcome everyone to our regular planning meeting of council. We have 3 council members in attendance this evening. I believe Councillor Kleiber will be joining us as well. And before we get started and open the meeting with a resolution, I would just like to take a few minutes to talk about and have a moment of silence for a West St. Paul resident who has recently passed away due to COVID. Kim Catello lived in West St. Paul, grew up in West St. Paul, and we were very sad to see on the front page of the Winnipeg Free Press today that she has passed away due to COVID. Kim was 26 years old, passed with a nursing degree, and was a nurse at the Health Sciences Center. She came down with COVID and passed away last week. So our thoughts and prayers are with her family, her mom, her dad. This is a young woman who grew up in West St. Paul, down the street from Councillor Bussetti and I. And to see a young life, a vibrant life, a nursing student who's trying to help people, to have her life stolen by COVID is tragic. So we want to pay tribute to her, and I would ask that we bow our heads in a moment of silence for her and her family. Thank you. And so just to remind our community members, behind every person, a life taken due to COVID, there's a family and loved ones and friends who are left behind. I once again strongly encourage people to get vaccinated, to continue with the fundamentals that Dr. Rusin talks about: hand washing, social physical distancing. These are things we've been talking about since the beginning of this pandemic, and I strongly encourage residents. For many of us, this is the first time that we've heard of a West St. Paul resident, and this tragedy really hits closer to home for all of us. So please keep up the good work that many of you are doing to stay safe. I will read the resolution tonight to open up our meeting. Be it resolved that the meeting be called to order and that the agenda for the meeting be adopted as circulated. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Bussetti, seconded by Councillor Link. Any discussion? Hearing and go. Councillor Link, go ahead.
Hi, sorry, can you hear? Okay, yeah, I am voting to accept this agenda as it appears on AllNet and as it appears on the RM website prior to the meeting starting. My vote does not indicate I approve of any changes made to the agenda following the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments for discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed, and that is carried. Thank you. We have no addendums to the agenda this evening. I will read our opening remarks. The RM of West St. Paul strives to be a safe and inclusive community that residents are proud to call home, where diversity is embraced, the environment cared for, and leadership is valued and trusted. The West St. Paul Council is committed to working as a team to provide good governance, safe and reliable infrastructure, recreational facilities, and outdoor spaces that the community can enjoy in a sustainable way that values the environment and is financially prudent. Thank you. Right, we have 2 planning hearings for this evening, and before I read the resolution to open up the first hearing, I am just going to make some opening remarks for people who are unfamiliar with our process, just to understand how our process works. We are aware that most people who attend council meetings for planning matters, like the ones here tonight, are not completely familiar with how the planning process works. I want to spend a few minutes providing some additional context so that we all have a better understanding of the process, the requirements around the Manitoba Planning Act, and our local bylaws. Any person can apply for a variance, conditional use, rezoning, or subdivision as per the Manitoba Planning Act. Tonight, we have public hearings for 2 conditional use applications. By making the application with West St. Paul Planning Authority, the Red River Planning District, this does not mean council has endorsed the planning item. When an application is submitted, council is required to hear from the applicant and from those representatives who attend the public hearing to speak in favor, in opposition, or for more information. It is important to note that council is being presented with all the information at the same time as those in attendance here today. There are procedures council members must follow once an application is officially filed with the Red River Planning District and until such time as a decision is made. Council members cannot speak with the applicant or any other person who may be seeking information or want to speak in support or in opposition of the open application. This guards against anyone influencing council members before the public hearing and ensures each member of council makes their decision based on the same information, heard or presented by way of correspondence here tonight. Often residents are frustrated by not being able to speak to their elected officials once the application has been filed, but this is done for these reasons. The Red River Planning District staff, however, can answer questions from the public at any time. The Red River Planning District accepts applications from residents and developers who want to build houses, sheds, swimming pools, garages, decks, etc., and from those who want to subdivide their lot from one to larger lot developments. Red River Planning District staff are professional planners recognized by a professional association and are tasked with researching every application. Their work and recommendations to council are made based on a legal framework, not personal opinions. They review each application against the Manitoba Planning Act, our development plan, our secondary plans, and our zoning bylaw. They also circulate the application to many other organizations that may be impacted, such as Manitoba Infrastructure, the Public School Finance Board, Sustainable Development, Gas, Hydro, and adjacent municipalities such as the City of Winnipeg, East St. Paul, and Rockwood, to name a few. Red River Planning staff does this to determine if the application meets all legal requirements. At the public hearing, council hears from many delegations, and we ultimately decide if the application is a good fit for the community and if it will be approved. We consider both the legal requirements the planner has researched, as well as feedback from our community. Council values all community input during the public hearing process and takes your feedback into consideration when making important planning decisions for West St. Paul. I also want to briefly discuss the process and conduct during a public hearing. To begin a public hearing, a resolution is read to open the public hearing. Our planner, Mr. Payton, begins by presenting information from his report, as well as his recommendations to council. Council members can then ask questions for clarification through the chair. We will then hear from the applicant who will explain their application request, followed by those who have registered to speak in favor, those opposed, and from those who are registered for information. Person speaking must address the chair. There should be no interruptions while a person is making a presentation. Council may ask for clarification from speakers on any fact or issue when their presentation is complete, but not enter into debate. At the end of these presentations, the applicant will have an opportunity to respond to questions. The applicant cannot respond to questions asked or participate in discussion with people registered in support, in opposition, or for information. The applicant is encouraged to make notes on any questions they hear during the presentations. And when the applicant comes forward again, I will raise the issue that no new information can be presented. Council members will have an opportunity to ask questions for clarification to the planner or the applicant or anyone registered to speak on the planning items. I will just touch on our process and conduct for council members. As per our procedural bylaw, section 17, every member previous to his or her speaking shall address the chair. Item 17.4, discussion should be limited to the question in debate. 17.5, no member shall speak to the question in reply for no longer than 5 minutes without approval of council. We want to make sure that our meeting runs smoothly. We have a lot of items and we want to make sure that we're following our procedural bylaw. Lastly, I want to make sure that we have a respectful setting regardless of anyone's position on the matter. And now that we've discussed the process of public hearings and the request for respectful conduct, I will read the resolution to open the public hearing. Be it resolved that this meeting of council resume for the purpose of holding a public hearing pursuant to section 105 of the Planning Act. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Brussetti, seconded by Councillor Link. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed, and that is carried. Thank you. Mr. Payton, I will hand it over to you to guide us through the first application.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So the first application before you tonight is conditional use number 15 of 2021. This is to allow a doggy daycare business, including a fenced outdoor area at 1051 Capitalist Drive. The business would operate out of units 14 and 16, and the property is zoned CH Commercial Highway. As you can see on the map before you now, the subject property is located on the east side of Capitalist Drive. It is approximately 5.1 acres in size, and despite the aerial photography here, it has been developed with two multi-tenant commercial buildings. As I mentioned, the property is zoned CH Commercial Highway. I do want to point out on this map the land directly to the north that is zoned RS Service Residential. That's the brown color. So council recently approved a subdivision that, if completed, would create a new public road on this land. So that's the Parkview Point residential neighborhood subdivision that was approved recently at the council level. That application would need to still needs to be given approval by the Red River Planning District Board, and of course the applicant would need to complete a number of conditions before the subdivision can be completed and registered. But I did want to point out that council has approved a public road directly to the north of this land. The applicant submitted a site plan showing the two existing commercial buildings on the property, and they've identified units 14 and 16, and I've just identified these as well with the yellow dash line there. And you can see the fenced outdoor area to the rear of those units that the applicant is proposing. I also identified the roads here, so Capitalist Drive on the bottom of your screen, and that potential public road that I mentioned earlier, just to the north of the property. So I just want to point out here that the fenced outdoor area would be adjacent to that potential future public road. The applicants also submitted a floor plan for units 14 and 16, showing how the space would be developed, and they have submitted a building permit application to the Red River Planning District for that interior suite development. So the business will consist of a daycare for dogs, including areas dedicated to retail and grooming, which are shown on the floor plan here. There will be no overnight accommodation associated with the use. In regards to the fenced area to the rear of the units, the applicants indicated that this is to be used as a secure location to take dogs for bathroom privileges and exercise. And they noted that it follows the same fenced area that other tenants currently have. And the fenced area does not impinge on the fire lane that surrounds the complex. So the fenced area would be fenced with a 6-foot tall black chain link fence with privacy slats to keep a barrier between dogs and people passing by. ARM administration has requested a condition of approval that would require a revised landscape plan showing the fencing location and design specifics to be approved by the municipality prior to installation. These are some photos of the subject property. As you can see on the top, these are both taken from Capitalist Drive. The photo on the top shows the front of units 14 and 16 as part of that complex. The bottom image shows the rear of the lots, and as I mentioned earlier, there are already some fenced areas. You can see to the rear of some of the lots there. That undeveloped area to the left of the screen is where that proposed public road would be located. Since the report was completed, Manitoba Infrastructure has indicated they do not object to the proposed use. And as I mentioned, the applicant has already submitted a building permit application to develop the interior of the units as they shown on their floor plan. Should council approve this application, our office recommends the following conditions of approval. 1, that conditional use approval be limited to allow a doggy daycare business, including a fenced outdoor area as proposed. Any changes in use or expansion will require a new conditional use approval. Number 2, the applicant to obtain all required permits and approvals, including but not limited to those from the RRPD, RM of West St. Paul, and Manitoba Infrastructure, if required. And 3, a revised landscape plan showing fencing location and design specifics to be submitted and approved by the municipality prior to installation. That's all I have for this application, Madam Mayor. As always, welcome any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Planner. I will go around the virtual council table here and see if there are any questions for you. Councillor Link, any questions for Mr. Payton?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Payton, can you point out on the, I guess it's the site plan again, where the fenced area will be? Will they have to go out through the back garage doors to get to that fenced area? I'm just not sure where it is.
For sure. So if you can see my cursor, are you able to see my cursor on the screen?
Yes, I am.
Yeah. So the cursor is located where the fenced area would be, and access from the building would be through those garage doors. If we look at the floor plan, you can see those garage doors as well as man doors. So you can. I'm not aware of whether the applicant is using both or just the person doors. You can verify that with the applicant directly. And then, as you can see on the top of the image here, the fenced area does have some gates for entry from the outside.
Right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Link. Councillor Bassetti, any questions for the planner?
Yeah, I'm not sure if the planner can answer this or the applicant. I was reading through the application. Does it say hours of operation in there anywhere?
I don't believe it does. That would be for the applicant.
Okay. And was wondering about one more condition, if it could be added. You know, it's almost something that should be on every conditional use because there's unforeseen things that happen. If we can add something like it can be revisited, the application can be revisited annually at the RM, through the RM, and any unforeseen issues repaired at owner's expense, something like that. These are all things that we've never seen in the RM. We can't foresee what it might be, you know, dogs barking, higher fencing, anything like that, if the dogs have been getting out in the back. I'm just using this one as an example of that, but if something like that could be added.
The council can add a time limit to the approval, at which point the applicant will have to reapply for a new conditional use. So the council can add an expiry to their approval.
No, I don't mean an expiry, just you know, the conditional use can be revisited annually if there's any issues through the RM. Just to leave it open to the RM that if we do see a problem, like I said, the lower fence in the back, we can ask them that, you know, you have to raise that fence. So just something, there can be adjustments done through the use of it. I wouldn't want to shut somebody down after we, you know, they go through the expense of doing it, but just leaving it open that the RM can ask for changes throughout the year or once a year.
I don't know if that's a reasonable condition to add. I think the alternatives would be A, to add an expiry if you're concerned of things coming up, and B, if there are issues, if the applicant contravenes any of the conditions or doesn't follow any of the conditions of approval, then council can revoke the conditional use application. But I'm not sure that the legislation would allow for council to sort of add conditions after the fact. So I think the only mechanism to do that would be to set an expiry date on the approval and have the applicant reapply. But it wouldn't be possible to add conditions as they come up.
No, I'm not saying as they come up. Mr. CAO, if I can, like previous conditions have been added to this. I'm going to say in my first term, I remember conditions added that, you know, it can be reviewed on an annual basis. It's something in that term. I'm just, you know, I'm not meaning something's going to come up with this one, but it should be something that, you know, we're not sure what's going to happen with these different conditional uses in these areas. So.
Mr. CO?
In the past, we have had added that condition in the term between 2010 and 2014. We have added conditions like that the conditional use be added on an annual basis. We've never had to use that though.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kleiber, any questions for our planner?
No questions for the planner, just a comment that my understanding is conditional uses are always, maybe you could ask that question, Mr. Payton. Conditional uses are they not always reviewed like once a year or renewed once a year?
Not unless there's a specific condition added. Basically, how the conditional use approval would work is if it's in perpetuity unless they're in contravention of any of the conditions, at which point council can revoke the approval.
Well, if there were excessive barking, that would be handled by our noise bylaw, is my understanding. Or if there were issues in that regard, they would be handled by that bylaw. So I don't think anything needs to be added. Seems to be straightforward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kleiber. And Councillor Prague, any questions for Mr. Payton?
No, I just want to get back to Councillor Bussetti's comments there. I know in the past these things have been reviewed yearly. Every year they review it to see that they comply with all the rules and regulations. Am I correct, Mr. Planner?
Well, you could certainly add a condition, or I guess it would be more of a direction. You could direct our office, for example, to review a conditional use after a certain amount of time to ensure the conditions are being complied with. I'm not sure if that's what you're referring to.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm referring to, because I know it is done in the past, just to make sure everything is on board before it gets out of hand. That's what I'm getting at. Because I know these places are rented and the letters usually go to the tenants, to the landlord, not the tenants. You know, all the correspondence is sent to the landlord, not the tenants. And sometimes the tenants are unaware what's happening. So I just want to make sure all the I's are dotted, all the T's are crossed. I have no problem.
Thank you, Councillor Prague. The only question from me, Mr. Payton, is kind of a follow-up on this discussion. Councillor Kleiber had made a good point about, you know, if there's violations of noise bylaw or things that we have in place, that there can be follow-up on that. Could that also be something that triggers a review of the conditional use? So if we were getting a bunch of complaints as a municipality, and sometimes it's very difficult to deal with enforcement issues, especially around noise, could that kind of violation trigger a review? That might be a condition that would address what Councillor Bussetti and Councillor Prague have mentioned.
So you want to have a condition that specifically addresses that. If you're anticipating, for example, an issue with dogs barking, you could add a condition that the business comply with the municipality's noise bylaw, and that you could limit the hours that the animals are permitted outside, for example. And then you would have a mechanism, if those weren't being complied with, then you would be able to revoke the conditional use approval. So that would be the way I would recommend proceeding with that.
So on a technical level, and not anticipating problems with the individuals, does that actually need to be stated in there? Or if those conditions are breached, it automatically allows a municipality to pull the conditional use?
Yeah, that's automatically, that's right in the legislation. If the conditions aren't being complied with, then council can revoke.
Thank you. Councillor Bussetti and then Councillor Kleiber. Go ahead, Councillor Bussetti.
I just looked up a couple of conditional uses we did back in 2011, and we added a condition that it can be reviewed on an annual basis by the RM. It's not tying them to anything. It's just more, causing, if the RM sees any problems that are happening, it just allows us to review it. That's all. I'm not saying shut anything down, but work, and it's to resolve the issue. That's all.
Yeah,
And I
so-
don't mean it just to this one. I think it's something that we did in 2010 to 14. We added it to a lot of the conditional uses.
Yeah,
Thank
so, sorry if I can
Yes,
jump in.
absolutely, Mr. Hayes.
Yeah, I don't see an issue with adding that condition. Just would want to make clear that if that's added, that it doesn't mean the approval expires. It just means that that the conditions can be checked, that they're being complied with. But again, that's not actually necessary because that can be checked at any time. It's right in the legislation. But the council can add a condition just for greater certainty if they like.
No, I wouldn't want them to come back and have to reapply, more expense. And no, just that it leaves the RM open to, if there is any issues, to get them resolved. That's all.
Okay, and what was the wording of that that you would like to see?
That the conditional use can be reviewed on an annual basis by the RM. Simple, nothing holding anybody to anything.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kleiber, you had a question?
I think we have to just be careful with some things here. And, we're building up an entire residential area there. There will be other dogs in the area. So if we put something in about barking, it's going to be very hard for you to determine whether it's coming from the residential area, whether it's coming from the doggy daycare. I mean, it is a natural thing for dogs to bark when they're playing and when they're outside. You can't prevent that. And I guess it's subjective as to who feels it's too much barking versus not enough barking. So I think we have to be very careful with that. As we all know, going door to door during the election, there are a lot of dogs in West St. Paul.
Councillor Prague, go ahead.
I wasn't finished. If we're going to allow a business of this kind, we have to have an understanding that there will be some noise associated with it and not limit that. But
Is there a question? Sorry, Councillor Kleiber, is there a question to the planner or is this for more discussion?
Well, I guess we'd say to the planner, we can't really put conditions in there for barking or excessive barking or anything like that, can we?
You could certainly make reference to a noise bylaw, for example. That would be the way I would recommend doing that. But no, council can add any conditions of approval they deem necessary to ensure the use is not going to conflict with adjacent uses. But I guess the concern with the noise is how is that determined? How is that measured? And I don't know. I'm not familiar with your noise bylaw, but presumably there is some sort of enforcement outlined in there. So that's how I would recommend doing it is referencing the noise bylaw.
Right, good, thank you. And that's what I was speaking to because it was mentioned, Mayor Christian, as a condition. I don't think we can be that specific, but we can reference that noise bylaw. Thank you.
Sorry,
you.
I didn't mention anything
Councillor
about
Prague,
barking.
go ahead.
My question was answered during that little discussion there about the barking, and you cannot control that, as Councillor Kleiber indicates. There are animals that will be in the neighborhood, and we can't control that and assure the occupants or the people who are trying to get this business going, they themselves will know when it's excessive.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bisetti, you had your hand up as well.
Yeah, I'm just saying I didn't bring up anything about barking. That's just part of the nature of the business, but I'm just putting it out there because there's unforeseen things that this is a new thing to West St. Paul, as long as like a lot of other things that have been happening around this area. So, thank you.
Thank you. I think that the condition proposed about a review on an annual basis really leaves it open that it's not any particular issue. So I think that that would be a good addition to discuss when we discuss as a council, but I think that that's an alternative where we're not specifically talking about barking. It's just not understanding what issues might come up. All right. Julia, have we got the applicants available to speak to their application as well?
Madam Mayor, we have Amanda Belinsky and Garrett Retusniak with us this evening. They're registered in favor.
We'll welcome them to the meeting if they're wanting to speak to council, if they have anything else they're wanting to present that the planner didn't touch on, or after listening to some of the discussion, if there's comments that they're wanting to make.
Hi.
Welcome.
Everyone.
I will turn it over to you both, and if there's comments that you guys are wanting to make for follow-up, now is your opportunity.
Okay, so I know I'm just trying to catch up with everything everybody has spoken about. So our hours right now proposed are going to be 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. on Monday to Friday. Saturdays are going to be 9 to 5. And with that being said, we are actually, just to address kind of all of there was a lot of talk about the barking and just dealing with dogs. We have taken all of these things into consideration. We're actually working very tightly with a dog trainer who works with a handful of rescues in the city and throughout the province in general, and working with dog behavior, learning body language, dog breeds, stages of development, and training our staff as well so that we have the skills and tools to be able to handle those situations. We very much are pushing for the outdoor space simply because when people are bringing their dogs to us, it's going to be that whole piece where we want the inside, outside, we want them to get fresh air, have a proper bathroom break so that we're not teaching them to go to the bathroom inside when they're not at home, and having that outdoor playtime. We do plan to have about 20-minute intervals, and I personally have worked at a doggy daycare before, and that worked really well. So you kind of rotate rooms 20 minutes at a time outside to get them to, shake off their indoor zoomies, go to the bathroom, and then we bring them inside, rotate another room outside. So for the most part, I think I've covered everything that everybody's brought up during this meeting. I don't know if there's any other questions or concerns that's on everybody's mind. We know that everybody so far has actually been very excited that we're bringing this business to the community. As you're saying, there's so many dogs in West St. Paul. We keep getting messages and emails and social media messages just expressing how excited everybody is. They want to come see the space when it opens, and they want to meet us and see everything that we're going to have to offer. So we're very excited for that. We are still looking for a groomer. So with that being said, unless anybody else has any questions or concerns, please feel free to reach out, but I'll hand it back over to you. And thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I'm going to go around our virtual table here, and I'm sure everybody's going to have some questions or comments for you, and we'll start there. Councillor Bisetti, any questions, comments for the applicants?
No, thank you. You answered mine. It was just more about the hours. Just wanted to see what kind of hours you're open. Thank you. And good luck.
Thank you, Councillor Bisetti. Councillor Parag, any questions, comments?
Just comments to the applicant. It appears that she has done her due diligence in putting this business forward. I'm very proud of you. Plus, you have the expertise. You worked in the doggy daycare, so you know. And I'm very happy that, with your due diligence, your expertise, and I wish you all the best in your business. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Craig. Councillor Link, any questions for the applicants?
I would echo Councillor Parag's encouragement. I think it's a good thing for the RM. What would your maximum number of occupants be?
We aren't 100%. I think when it comes to doing our occupancy permit to begin with, ideally we're going to staff per the amount of dogs. So we're gonna aim for about 10 to 15 dogs per person. So we have so far 3 main rooms we're working in. We're gonna have 2 big dog rooms and a small dog room. And with growth, we have room to grow into. So we're gonna make that happen. So at the moment, if we have 20, 30 dogs per room, as we grow, we'll shift things around, but it'll also depend on bodies and the space and the capacity in general. So we're gonna play that by ear. Our biggest concern was to not overcrowd and have bodies. We want each dog to have a healthy circumference of play space to run and play. So we're not going to overwhelm it. It'll just have to be according to when we see the bodies in the space, and we'll cap it at that point when we come across that bridge.
It's going to be a lot of learning curves for the both of us. I come from an extensive construction background. I have a 12-year-old construction company that I've been building, and I'll be selling that to pursue this with Amanda. So biggest thing is we got a lot to learn, and as we go, we'll have to adjust. And like a couple of you asked, after the first year, have another meeting just to make sure that everybody's still happy. And if there's any questions or concerns later, like you said, we can address them and hopefully keep going forward and serving the community.
Thank you. Any further questions, Councillor Link?
Nothing further, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kleiber, go ahead.
Hi, sounds like you're very organized, and if you're selling your construction company to get involved, that's a big commitment. So obviously you're dedicated to this new business. I wish you all the best. I think you've taken a lot of time and effort to put together a good plan. So I think that we welcome you.
Thank you, Councillor Kleiber. I want to also welcome you and thank you for choosing West St. Paul. I think that your description of what's going on, and we'll see if there's anybody opposed or wanting more information, but you've presented very well to council and addressed a lot of the concerns that they raised. I like the fact that you guys have included now in your discussion with council some hours of operation. We have your letter in our package that said that you guys would wanting to be following normal business hours and that it's no overnight accommodations. For myself, I'd like to see that in the conditions as part of what we approved tonight, the hours that you guys have stated. Is that something that you guys would both be okay with?
My only concern with that is just simply with the fact that we've already had a lot of questions regarding boarding. And the reason I say that is because in a community with a lot of dogs, when COVID passes and everybody's able to travel and do things, they're going to want somewhere to bring their dog that they trust and is safe for overnights. Or, again, I've worked in a doggy daycare. We would have dogs stay for 2-3 weeks while people were on vacation. So our bigger plan was, and this is something we've strived on, is just being transparent. Something we've strived with is if and when there is a demand, we would like to get into boarding. So if that's something that we need to address with you guys when the time comes, absolutely. Like Garrett said, we want to work with you guys. We want to be a productive part of the community and just help build it up as well. A side note is we're actually also building a home in the trails. So we will also be residents of West St. Paul. So that's really exciting for us too. So building up the community is very important for us and we want to be a big part of that. So with that being said, if that's something that you guys feel necessary to make a part of it, then absolutely, like I said, we will work with you.
My only concern, and we always want to be working with applicants and deal with issues at the front end as opposed to dealing with it later when we get complaints, and how can we anticipate those problems ahead of time. My only concern would be just addressing on the overnight issue, if that's something that you guys are doing differently from the letter submitted to council, then what would that look like in terms of people living in behind? So if it's an operation from 7 in the morning till 7 at night, but if you guys have 20 to 30 dogs, or I don't know how many you would board overnight, and people are coming home from work, that's the only time when it might be an issue. So I'm not saying no to that or suggesting that, but how could that be something that would be resolved where people don't hear dogs at night? What do you guys do? Do you stay on site? Do the dogs go out at 11 o'clock at night and the RM starts to get calls that, we have 10 dogs barking behind us? So during the regular normal business hours that you guys have, that you've submitted to council, I can't foresee very many complaints because people are at work, right? Mr. Payton, you've got your hand up. Perfect timing.
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to interject here. So if there were overnight boarding, that would actually be considered a different use, a kennel use, which isn't currently permitted in the zone. So I would say that if that was something you were interested in pursuing, that would require likely a zoning amendment, which is a different application. So this current conditional use application couldn't permit overnight accommodations as part of this application.
Thank you, Mr. Payton. That makes that discussion kind of. So in terms of hours, what would you be looking at then if you can't have them overnight without applying for a rezoning application? What would you be looking at for hours?
Honestly, we haven't thought that far. Again, a little bit of the learning curve. We want to be flexible with the community. So as you said, it's going to be one of those things where if we're going to go according to, say, noise bylaws, maybe we one day expand to 9 p.m. That way we're kind of before most people's bedtimes, if you will. Again, this would be something that we could revisit come the time when we're ready to expand or when there's demands from clientele. I'm not too sure because we didn't actually know that it wasn't zoned for it. This is the first we're hearing about it. So we had always planned to eventually move into boarding, doing overnights, which, just to answer the questions before, I know we can't do it, but dogs at bedtime, they wouldn't be going outside because they'd be sleeping. So it wouldn't be daycare time anymore. Beyond, say 9 o'clock, it would be bathroom, and then it would be bedtime for the dogs. Lights would be out, and there would be an overnight personnel come revisiting that one day. But yeah, I think we would just have to relook at the hour changes. If we need to expand according to community needs and what people are demanding, then I guess maybe we would have to revisit things with everybody to see if that's okay.
One of our biggest concerns right now would maybe be if people need to be at work at, say, 7 or 7:30, if we might have to potentially open up at, like, say, 6:30, just to allow people to drop off their pups and then make it to work and be to work on time. Now, what we can easily do is let's say if we open one day at 6:30, we just don't let dogs out for maybe till 8. So from 6:30 to 8, we have dogs in the building, but there'll be no dogs outside the building. So for the people that aren't working, we're not waking them up at 6:45 with 5 dogs barking in the back.
I'm just trying to wrap my head around, just because the letter that you guys submitted to council, and I think what you're doing is great, and there's absolutely a need for that in the community, but it's just kind of contradictory to the letter that you guys have submitted to council. So the letter that we have from you guys is talking about, or from Daniel Morovic, right? It is talking about that this is not, it's going to accommodate daycare for dogs during normal business hours. There will be a small retail and grooming portion of the space, and there will be no overnight accommodations. So that's what we're looking at that we've received, but we're hearing very different information in the middle of the public hearing. So that's why I'm asking for confirmation, because it seems like a lot's changing here.
So we found out about this application after. So that was submitted by our landlord, who, again, transparency, didn't actually speak with us before he submitted it. So he wasn't aware of the information. He didn't know our business hours. He never asked us. So in our defense, that wasn't information coming from us. He was answering on our behalf. So that's why all of the confusion, and I'm sorry about that. That wasn't us.
Okay, I appreciate the clarification, and the landlord may have some issues with the time that you guys are operating, so that might be something going on at your end as well. Councillor Bassetti had his hand up, and then Councillor Kleiber. Go ahead, Councillor Bassetti.
I would be okay with that opening at 6:30. Like you had a good point there. People start work at 7 o'clock. They want to drop their pups off prior. And this other condition that I brought up about being reviewed on an annual basis would actually work for you. That if you see that it's going to be, you know, an expansion or changes to the hour, it could be visited on an annual basis as your business grows. So I didn't put it out there as, you know, against the business. I put it out there. It's a change for you. It's a change for the RM. Like we don't know what is to be expected out of it. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Councillor Bassetti. Councillor Kleiber, go ahead.
Yes, I guess to the applicants, I think I'm going to ask a question here, and it's sort of a question slash comment. When you're doing any kind of daycare, whether it's for dogs or otherwise, you have to expect that people are going to go to work, they're going to drop off their dogs, they're going to come back, they're going to come pick them up. And I would just say people have different work schedules. Some people are shift work. Some people are regular 9 to 5. So I think that probably if you worked in a daycare, Amanda, you probably find that some people are going to pick up at 4, some people are going to pick up at 6, and some people are going to pick up at 8 o'clock. Probably very rare, unless there's a situation at work that somebody would pick up later than 8 p.m. at night, right? I mean, you want to get home to your family too. So, so you're nodding your head, so I assume that I'm on the right track here. As far as the application goes, Mr. Payton, if there were to be boarding added to that, that would then have to be a reapplication. Is that correct?
That's right. The zoning bylaw currently defines a kennel as a business that offers overnight accommodation to animals. So it's a completely different use category than what's being applied for now. Now, that's under the current zoning. As you know, there's a review of the zoning bylaw that could change those regulations. But currently, it would be a different use, which isn't currently permitted. So the zoning bylaw would have to be amended to add kennel as a permitted use in the.
So we would amend the conditional use if we approve this one. Is that what you're saying? Or we just, so what I'm saying is if we approve this conditional use, we have a doggy daycare. If in the future that wants to be expanded to boarding, then another conditional use would have to be applied for. If that were to be denied, the original conditional use would stay in place. Is that how it would work?
There would be another application required. It would be a zoning bylaw amendment, though, not a conditional use.
Okay, so you'd have to rezone what? That space?
They would either have to rezone the property, or more likely it would just be an amendment to that commercial highway zone to add kennel as a permitted or conditional use.
Yeah, we had another application that came under other. Would it fall under other?
If there's a separate definition in the bylaw for use, then it has been our practice not to have that considered as any other use not listed. For example, just throwing out, that's how the bylaw deals with the cannabis operations. I know that's completely unrelated to this application, but just using it as an example to say cannabis related uses cannot be considered under any commercial use not listed because they're defined in the zoning bylaw already. So I hope that clarifies or makes some sort of sense.
Okay, so it wouldn't come under conditional use. We'd have to redo an entire zoning bylaw.
It would be a zoning bylaw amendment application, yes.
Okay, all right. So there you go. It's complicated, I guess, but I think that as council, we're aware of what you're doing, and I think that we're aware of the hours you keep. it's Derek, right? I wouldn't want somebody to drop the dog off at 6 o'clock in the morning and not let the dog go to the bathroom outside from 6 to 8. That it may not work. And so I would like you to have the freedom that if somebody drops off their dog, that you go right into your regular routine. So that's just kind of my opinion. You can certainly comment on it if you like.
I want to thank you both for coming to council and for describing in a bit more detail. Councillor Craig, you've got your hand up. Go ahead.
I can see where the applicant is coming from. For hours, we have to be flexible. People work different shifts. I was a shift worker, so we have to be flexible with that. You know, people work different shifts. Some starts at 6 in the morning, some starts at 8, some start 10 in the thing, some start at 1. So we have to be flexible for them. They want to be successful, so they have to take the business that they can. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Craig. I know we've had a lot of conditional use applications come for Down Capitalist for all different types of businesses, gymnastics, and a lot of different kind of businesses down there, which is great to see. But for almost all of those businesses, council has had hours of operation. I don't know if Mr. Payton has any of those rate available at hand. I don't necessarily think those hours should reflect their hours, but most of them are closed at 6 or 7, and council's added those as a condition. With you guys mentioning what you have, and just that it might be some pickup, would you be opposed to hours of operation that went from 6:30 to 8:30 or 9?
We're not opposed to those hours at all whatsoever. It's just about having those hours come in when there's the demand for it. So right now we've kind of got our starting hours to see how many bodies we get in, how quickly it picks up. And again, if for us, it's about that feedback. So if our community is saying, you know, I really could use 6:30 in the morning because I start at 7 or 7:30 and I need to drop off the dog, drop off the kids, do the things. We definitely want to be able to be flexible to do that, to help everybody out. So, I mean, we don't need to expand them right now, but I absolutely agree with it. What everybody is saying is it would be nice to be able to support and help the community in terms of being flexible and having those hours for them for sure.
Councillor Link, go ahead.
Mr. Pat Payton, wouldn't it be best for the applicants to choose the widest time frame, and they can adjust within it themselves? I mean, because of what's in give themselves the leeway in the conditional use, but they don't have to use that leeway if they don't choose to, right? But give them, then they won't have to come back if they start at 7 and go to 8, but then they decide, well, they got to go to 6. They would have to come back if they want to change the conditions, right?
That's right. If they want to modify, in order to modify a condition, this whole process needs to come back. So if council's comfortable with it, then yeah, I would suggest allowing for the widest range of hours that council is comfortable with.
And that's why I was asking, what would it be for you guys? You know, I know you had mentioned you're going to be open from 7 to 7 or 9 to 5. So that's why I'm asking that question, like 6:30 in the morning till 9 at night. Like, that's why I'm asking that question, to give you room for the future. And where are you guys on that? Is that something that works for you?
So from the almost 3 years of research we've done, most doggy daycares do not open before 6 o'clock. So the earliest we would ever foresee us opening would be 6 a.m. Because then it allows people that have those earlier shifts to get to work. And the latest we would foresee ourselves being open to would be 9 p.m. I don't believe there might be one 24-hour doggy daycare in Winnipeg, but that's not really the type of business we want. We don't want to be 24 hours.
You can't be, it sounds like.
Well, that too.
From our planner,
yeah.
You can't have that in that zone.
And, you know, like you mentioned before, it would be nice to be at home with the family sometime too. So the earliest we could foresee is like 6 a.m. and the latest would be 9 a.m. or sorry, 9 p.m.
I see nods going around the table, and I think that that's something that this council would possibly support as a condition, giving you a widest range here, but also being able to say to residents, this business has these hours, as opposed to kind of ambiguous and unlimited. So I think that that's extremely reasonable.
Okay, so just a quick question.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, that's okay. Just because we've only said Monday to Saturday, and I realized because we had bigger plans to do boarding, and now that we can't do that unless we amend the bylaws, I just wanted to include the 7th day then, because if we get that demand and we can't do kenneling, it would be nice to also be able to have that expanded across the 7 days a week. So just thought I'd throw that out there so it wasn't not covered.
And we were also potentially going to use Sundays as a fundraiser. So we were hoping to have like like for a couple hours, have a lady that we know put up a doggy agility course, and people can come by for $5. They can get their dog to run through it and all that. And then we can turn around and take the proceeds and either hand it off to a doggy shelter, because we're actually in cahoots with about 3 of them that we're going to be working alongside with and donating part of our proceeds to them to help, because they are our clientele, but then also the community. So, you know, like once a month, we like to hold a fundraiser that, you know, 1 month it would be to maybe school or after school program or just something to help out. Because just to give you one last thing would be with my construction company, I donate every year a certain amount of proceeds, or percent, I should say, to Habitat to Humanity. I build homes, so therefore I donate time, I donate material, and I donate money to Habitat to help out the community that I literally build with.
Thank you both. I think that those are really reasonable, and I think that Mr. Payton can write that condition in, and we can discuss further when we discuss before we vote. But Monday to Sunday, 6:30 a.m. to 9 p.m. And if there's any issues that we hear about on a Sunday or anything, we know how to get in touch with you. So I think that's quite reasonable, and we'll have Mr. Payton add that as a condition and we can discuss. I would like to thank you again for coming before council. And I would like to welcome you to our community. This is really exciting. And when council approves development like Parkview Point, and we see new people come into the community, you're moving into our community, you're becoming part of our community, and you're opening up businesses. So sometimes council, to be quite honest, gets challenged on you're approving a lot of development and there's a lot of new houses going up. And sometimes existing residents wonder what's going on. And it's people like yourselves that are coming to our community, that are going to be employing people, opening up businesses in our community. That is exactly why we're doing what we're doing. So I want to thank you both, and very excited. All right, I'm going to see if there is anyone, and you can stay listening so that you can hear the rest of the meeting. If there's anyone registered in opposition, you also get another opportunity to speak. So I'm going to ask Ms. Elias if there's anyone registered, anyone else registered in support, opposition, or for information.
Madam Mayor, we don't have anyone registered in support, in opposition, or for information.
Nobody registered in opposition for you guys. So I don't know if there's anything else that you're wanting to add. Otherwise, we'll close the public hearing, discuss it, and vote on this matter.
I think we're good. Again, thank you so much for your time and having us and going through everything with us. And absolutely, you know how to reach us, and we're always happy to discuss things with everybody and go through our details. And as soon as we're open, we're actually going to have a soft opening where everybody can come and see the entire space front to back, with no dogs, just so everybody, we want to be again transparent and have everybody see where their fur babies are coming. So we will, we can send you all the information for that as well when we've got the date set. So thank you everybody again.
Thank you.
Can we also ask Amanda and Derek if they can post it again on the community sites when you have your soft opening? Okay, thanks.
Going to read the resolution then to close the public hearing. Be it resolved that council do hereby close the public hearing and resume the regular meeting of council. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Bracchetti, seconded by Councillor Prague. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you. And I will read the resolution. Whereas the applicant has applied for conditional use 1521 to permit a doggy daycare business, including fenced outdoor area at 1051 Capitalist Drive, units 14 and 16 in the commercial highway zone. And whereas under the provisions of the Planning Act, a public hearing has been held to hear representation for and or against the conditional use application. Now therefore be it resolved that the RM of West St. Paul approves conditional use 1521 under the following conditions. 1, the conditional use approval be limited to allow a doggy daycare business, including a fenced outdoor area, as proposed within this application. Any changes in use or expansion will require a new conditional use approval. 2, applicant owner to obtain all required permits and approvals, including but not limited to those from the Red River Planning District, RM of West St. Paul, and Manitoba Infrastructure if required. 3, a reviewed landscape plan showing fence location and design specifics to be submitted and approved by the municipality prior to installation. And Mr. Payton, we had 2 more. Can I have you read those for me, please?
Certainly. Number 4, that hours of operation be limited to between 6 a.m. and 9 p.m. Monday to Sunday. And number 5, that conditional use approval can be reviewed by the RM on an annual basis, for example, to confirm compliance with conditions of approval.
Thank you, Mr. Payton. The approval of a conditional use will expire and cease to have effect if it is not acted upon within 12 months of the date of the decision. A board, council, or planning commission may extend the deadline under the subsection 1 for an additional period not longer than 12 months if an application is received before the initial deadline. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Bracchetti, seconded Councillor Prague. I'm going to go around the table and see if there's any further discussion. Councillor Link? Any further discussion on this matter?
No, but I tried to get your attention before you closed it. I was wondering if they're going to have kind of a school on the Sunday or a race course, or I forget what you call it. Would that be an additional use, or can we just, no? Okay, that's good. Thank you, that's all.
Thank you. Councillor Bracchetti, any other comments?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kleiber?
Well, I think we thoroughly discussed it. Good discussion.
Agree. Councillor Prague?
No questions, best of luck.
No further comments from me as well. Good discussion. Hearing and seeing none, before we vote, I'd like to call for a recorded vote. And I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Thank you. Right, we are on to 5.2, public hearing for another conditional use. And I will read the resolution. Be it resolved that the meeting of council recess for the purpose of holding a public hearing pursuant to section 105 of the Planning Act. Can I get a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Link, seconded Councillor Kleiber. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed, and that is carried. Thank you. Mr. Planner, I will turn it back over to you to present.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So the next application before council this evening is returning. It was adjourned back on March 25th. The concern at that time was that the public hearing notice, although it met the requirements of the provincial legislation, it did not specifically identify that there would be outdoor storage of equipment on the property. So this file was re-advertised with an explicit recognition that there would be exterior storage. I will just briefly go over what the applicant is proposing. Before I do that, I want to note that our office is recommending rejection of the application because we believe this should be classified as an industrial use. The applicant has applied for it to be considered as a commercial use. So the proposed business involves the sale and servicing of equipment used in the environmental, utility, underground, and recycling industries. So again, our office believes this should be properly classified as an industrial use, which would not be permitted but the applicant has applied for it to be considered as a commercial use. So I'm going to come back to that towards the end of the presentation, but I just want to make note of it off the top. So the two properties, 1105 and 1123 Capitalist Drive, they are currently vacant. They're under common ownership. They're each approximately 1.7 acres in area for a total area of about 3.4 acres. Looking around the adjacent property, so there's an undeveloped commercial property to the north. That's the triangular shaped property you can see on the map before you now. The property to the south has been developed with a contractor's establishment, which does have exterior storage. Council approved that as part of the conditional use last year. To the east is a property that's currently undeveloped, but it's subject to that subdivision application that I mentioned as part of the last application, the Parkview Point additional phase, which council has approved, but still needs a board approval, and still, of course, would the applicant would need to complete any conditions of approval before it's completed and registered. But the reason I bring it up is because the properties directly to the rear of these subject properties, as part of the conditions of approval for that subdivision, which again council has approved, one of the conditions of approval was that the land directly to the rear of these properties would be transferred to the RM for use as either a public reserve or an expansion of the RM's public works yard. So the reason that's relevant is because I believe there were concerns raised at the last public hearing for this application about residential properties directly overlooking. So I just wanted to make clear that the directly adjacent property, part of the directly adjacent property, would be transferred to the RM, again, for use as a public reserve and or expansion of the public works yard, if that subdivision is completed as it was approved. And the applicant had submitted yesterday some additional information about that, which I believe council has received. So I just want to briefly go over the applicant's proposal. So they are proposing to construct a building consisting of an office, showroom, and a service area with overhead doors that you can see on the image, the rendering before you now. So the building would be approximately 14,332 square feet, with the majority of this on the main floor. Just over 2,000 square feet would be located on the partial second floor and be used as office space. They're also proposing to establish an outdoor storage area for the equipment they sell and service. This storage area would be enclosed with a 6-foot chain link fence with black mesh, and you can see the location of the fence on this 3D site plan. The applicants also submitted a top-down view site plan, which again shows the location of the building. And if you can see my cursor on the screen here, this area here identified with the number 18, the applicants identified this would be for equipment display. So this would be an equipment display area. They've also submitted a landscaping plan, which they've advised would fully screen the properties to the rear. So as you can see on the plan before you, they're proposing a row of trees along the rear property line. So that's in an effort to address any concerns about compatibility with the adjacent uses. They've also submitted photos of examples of the equipment that they would be selling, servicing, and storing on the property. So they've indicated a majority of the equipment does not have a height exceeding 6 feet, although some of it would. As noted by the applicant, the images before you on the screen are some examples of their equipment, but it does not represent the full spectrum of equipment. So I just want to be clear that if council approves this conditional use application, unless conditions of approval were added, the applicant would not be limited to the equipment that you see on the photos before you on the screen. This is an aerial photo of their existing location in Winnipeg. So as you can see, there is an outdoor storage area with some of the equipment visible. And these are some photos of the subject property. So if you're looking at the top photo, you can see the RM's Public Works buildings in the background. On the image on the bottom is looking to the south towards that contractor's establishment, which is on the property directly adjacent to the south. And as you can see, that business does have exterior storage, which is located to the rear of the building. So as I mentioned earlier, our office is recommending this be considered an industrial use. So the business is sale and servicing of equipment used in the environmental, utility, underground, and recycling industries. So the first decision the council needs to make this evening related to this file is whether they're comfortable considering this a commercial use for which the applicant has applied, or whether this is more properly considered an industrial use, specifically heavy equipment sales and service, which would not be permitted. Now, I do want to make clear that your zoning bylaw does not clearly define what constitutes an industrial versus a commercial use, nor does it define heavy equipment. As a result, these terms should be given their usual and customary meaning according to the zoning bylaw. So our office's interpretation is that this should be considered an industrial use, and again, specifically a heavy equipment sales and service use. We believe it would reasonably be considered heavy equipment sales and service. If council agrees, then they should reject this application. That's because an industrial use would not be consistent with the zoning bylaw, secondary plan, or the development plan that's in place. And so as per the Planning Act, if it's not consistent with those documents, then it should be rejected. However, the applicant is proposing the use be considered as a commercial use, and they are entitled to disagree with our office's interpretation and to apply under any use category that they deem appropriate, and have council make the decision, which is of course what they've done, and why this application is before council this evening, despite our office's recommendation. So if council believes it's reasonable to consider this as a commercial use, then like any other conditional use application, council must determine whether it meets the criteria listed in section 106.1 of the Planning Act, which I'll just briefly read out. So section 106.1 of the Planning Act states that council can approve the application if the conditional use proposed will be compatible with the general nature of the surrounding area, will not be detrimental to the health or general welfare of people living or working in the surrounding area, or negatively affect other properties or potential development in the surrounding area, and is generally consistent with the applicable provisions of the development plan bylaw, the zoning bylaw, and the secondary plan bylaw. Just to note, council, of course, can add any conditions of approval they deem necessary to ensure that the proposed development complies with these criteria outlined in the Planning Act. For example, by limiting the type of equipment that can be permitted on the property, and or the location and extent of the outdoor storage that's permitted. So for the reasons I've outlined, our office recommends the application be rejected. However, if council should approve the application, the following conditions of approval are recommended. One, that conditional use approval be limited to the business proposed within this application, which is sale and servicing of equipment used in the environmental, utility, underground, and recycling industries. Any changes in use will require a new conditional use approval. Number two, that the applicant obtain all required permits and approvals. Number three, that a revised drainage plan for the consolidated lots to be submitted to the RM and approved by the municipal engineer. Number four, that outdoor storage is in compliance with section 3.11 of the zoning bylaw, including being enclosed on all sides with a minimum 6-foot high solid or opaque wall or fence. Number five, fencing or any other required screening around exterior storage is to be completed prior to an occupancy permit being issued. And six, and finally, that the applicant to receive approval from the RM office confirming elevation and landscape plans adhere to design and landscape guidelines applicable to the property through the development agreement. Landscape plans are to include storage area and fencing. So that's all I have for this application, and would welcome any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Planner. I will go around our table and see if there are questions for you. Councillor Prague, any questions for our planner?
No questions for the planner.
Thank you. Councillor Busetti, any questions for the planner?
Just a couple of generic ones. Did it say through that it was a long one to read through the hours of operation, that kind of stuff? Just want to make sure it's not a 24-hour service.
Certainly, I don't believe it did, but I'll have to refer back to the application to double check. But perhaps the applicant can address that
Okay, I
question.
can ask the applicant. And another thing, adding that same condition as the last one, where this can be reviewed at the RM by the RM on an annual basis.
Certainly.
That's all I have to add to this.
Thank you, Councillor Busetti. Councillor Link, any questions for the planner?
Thank you. Mr. Planner, we could add a condition about the weight limits for equipment. Would that be possible?
Yes,
To be sold, to be brought in, to be repaired, whatever, in and outs for any reason, have to be within a certain maximum weight limit.
Council can certainly limit the type of equipment permitted, whether that be by weight, height, or any other criteria.
Okay,
What I would suggest is that if council is going to restrict that, it be related to concern. For example, if you're restricting it by weight, maybe the concern is that the roads can't handle the weight or something like that. If the concern's more visual, maybe a height condition would be more appropriate.
yeah, I was thinking of Capitalist Road. It is a gravel road, and if this looks like a booming business that sells a lot of equipment, there's a lot of equipment coming and going, there'd be a lot of wear and tear on the road if there weren't limits on the weight, I think. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Link. Councillor Kleiber, any questions for our planner?
I have no questions. I'll have some comments when we discuss this, council.
Great, thank you. I have one question for the planner in terms of conditions. When you were speaking, and I might have misheard, you mentioned space outside for exterior storage and service. I might have misheard the service part. Are they planning to service anything outdoors?
No, that's not my understanding. The condition I referenced was just regarding outdoor storage. But if council,
Sorry.
I was just going to mention that if council does want to be clear about restricting any servicing outdoors, then a condition can certainly be added.
I think we've definitely wanted to not have noise concerns on other applications, and that it might be something to be added in the conditions about servicing to be done indoors. I know council members have previously raised issue with noise concerns on other sites. And so if there's going to be servicing, that take place inside. And we talked about that, I think, with the conditional approval of cabinetry work and that kind of thing, that all that kind of service work needs to take place indoors.
Yes, we can certainly add a condition to that effect.
Thank you. You had mentioned in response to Councillor Link a comment about adding conditions about weight restrictions. And I found Councillor Link's comments interesting about the weight and the road. And all of this equipment, I'm assuming, would not be driven in by itself like a skid steer, that it's on large trucks that are weighted down with all this equipment. So if you're to add a condition about weight restrictions and bringing things in, what would that look like? That's something that you've done in the past?
I guess the challenge with any condition related to weight would be enforcement. And that's why recommending that any conditions tied specifically to a concern. But yeah, it could be added, a condition regarding weight. It would just be a matter of, I think it could be potentially challenging to administer and enforce unless you're weighing every piece of equipment that they're bringing on the property.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up on Councillor Link's. It was just an interesting point, and I can understand concerns about the road for sure. All right. Do we have, Ms. Elias, have we got the applicants on the line wanting to speak to council this evening?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have Chris Burrell with us this evening. He's registered in support.
Mr. Burrell, are you able to hear us okay?
I hear you. There you are.
Wonderful. I'm going to turn the floor over to you. If there's something else that you're wanting to add in some more detail beyond what our planner has said, now is your opportunity.
Yeah, I have nothing to add at this point so far. The only thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to defer to my legal counsel, who's prepared diligently here for this meeting. He's got all the information, all the pertinent information, and is prepared to discuss this at length. I'll add to his comments if I have to, but at this point, I would like Mark to get on, and Mark Newman, and make his presentation, please.
Thank you, Mr. Burrell. Mr. Newman, are you there?
I am here, thank you.
Great, welcome.
Thank you all, and thank you for the opportunity. My intention initially had been to turn page by page of the planner's report to give you a visual picture of what this application is all about. But I think the planner has done a good job of that. And so I don't think I need to go page by page. But I do want to emphasize some things that the planner has addressed. And part of his report, and I don't know if you have printed copies or you are working off a PDF, but if you're working off a PDF, it is page 30 of the PDF where there was an additional submission in response to the planner's report. And maybe I would ask you to go to that, and I'll use that as the guide to what I'm going to say. So now I'll give you a moment to get it. If you can all hopefully give me nods that you have it, that'll give me the cue to proceed. Okay, I am seeing nods. All right, thank you. So the planner has noted that the department or the planning office is recommending rejection because in their view, this is an industrial use. And I just want to make a general observation to all of you about zoning bylaws. If somebody could write a zoning bylaw that covered every possibility and every eventuality that might come to be, it would be many feet thick. That's not how zoning bylaws are written. They're written in a general sort of way. They don't contemplate every possibility. But what they do is they include a catch-all typically at the end, as does this one. Any other use not listed. And your prior application came forward in the same way, any other use not listed. And so, as I've noted, the planner believes this is industrial, and the planner believes this is industrial because the planner has looked for a use definition, a use type that fits, and the only one that looks close in the planner's mind, I sense, is heavy equipment sales and service. As the planner noted, the bylaw does have definitions, but heavy equipment sales and service is not one of them. As the planner has properly noted, the rules of construction in the bylaw indicate that words and phrases shall be given their usual and customary meaning. So what does heavy equipment mean? Let me start by observing that the word heavy is there. So it's not all equipment sales that is prohibited. It's heavy equipment sales that would fall within industrial. East St. Paul, for example, does have a definition in their bylaw, and it defines industrial vehicle, and I'm at paragraph 5 of the additional submission. It defines industrial and vehicle and equipment sales as being equipment, heavy vehicles, machinery, or mechanical equipment typically used in building, roadway, manufacturing, assembly, and processing operations. And I will suggest to you ultimately that is not the nature of the equipment we have here. City of Winnipeg zoning bylaw does define heavy equipment sales as a facility used engaged in the sale of heavy equipment typically used in agricultural, commercial, or industrial operations, including tractors, trucks with a gross vehicle weight of over 15,000 pounds, semi-trucks, trailers, harvesters, loaders, and tracked vehicles. So the point I am making to you is that there are various sizes of equipment. We brought this matter forward because initially the planning office said to the applicant that you can't apply, sorry, they said to them, you can't have a building permit because you don't fall within any of the permitted uses. Regrettably, they didn't indicate to them at the same time that they could apply for a conditional use. Advice was sought, and the suggestion was made that they should apply for a conditional use, and that is how we have now come forward to you. We have noted the weights in paragraph 9 of many of the pieces of equipment. The ones highlighted in yellow are the ones that you have pictures of, and obviously there are different models. Some will weigh more than others. And also, just as a matter of comparison, there's a chart on the 3rd page for the curb weight of pickup trucks. Various models of pickup truck, that is something we can all relate to from a size perspective. And you can see that the pickup trucks generally are in the 5,000, slightly over 5,000 pound curb weight range. Many of the pieces of equipment we've referenced weigh less than that. I also want to draw to your attention that the zoning bylaw does permit agricultural implement sales and service. And it's interesting to me that that is a permitted use because I think, as we all know, today, tractors, combines, they have become very, very large. And we have some photos at the end of this part of the submission of the Enns Brothers dealership on the west perimeter. But clearly, in my mind, it was contemplated through the zoning bylaw that an agricultural implement dealership would be permitted. Agricultural implement dealerships always have outdoor storage. They always have their equipment visually accessible and to customers and consumers who may be driving by. Our equipment, generally speaking, will be smaller than a lot of farm equipment. I also want to draw to your attention the adjacent premises, Joe Johnson Equipment. And I know there was a matter that came before you last November relating to these premises. They applied as a contractor's establishment. What do? They sell, they lease, they service equipment that is used by contractors, but also equipment that is used by municipalities, street sweepers, hydrovactors. This is large equipment that is sitting in their yard, and I have been by. Their yard is continuously full with very large equipment. And I just pause to mention, if anybody is thinking about weight restrictions, you better go talk to Joe Johnson, because I guarantee you that equipment is much, much heavier than the equipment we're talking about. So what does the Planning Act say? The Planning Act says that you can approve a conditional use if it's compatible with the general nature of the surrounding area, if it won't be detrimental to the health or general welfare of people living in the surrounding area, or negatively affect the value of other properties, and is generally consistent with any development plan, zoning bylaw, and secondary plan. And we say to you, it meets all of those criteria, and I will indicate to you how, and I will take you through that. So at paragraph 17, compatible with the general surrounding area. There is a wide spectrum of businesses that have been developed and are now located along Capilus. Here is a list: various types of contractors, various types of businesses. Paragraph 18, I make reference to Joe Johnson Equipment. Again, it sells services and rents all of this equipment. That is exactly what the applicant does. Should the applicant have applied as a contractor's establishment? Perhaps in hindsight, we should have, because it seems to me that if Joe Johnson Equipment is contractor's establishment, so too is the applicant. The building that is proposed, you've seen the renderings. It will fit well into that area. It is an aesthetically pleasing building. More importantly, it is going to be well landscaped. And I know this was a particular concern. You've had a landscape architect prepare the landscaping plan. The outdoor storage will all be located behind fencing with slats to prevent visual viewing of what's in the storage area. Let me say that from the east, the Joe Johnson premises will completely obscure whatever is in the yard of the applicant's property. Nothing will be visible at the rear. To the north, I'm going to call it the new residential subdivision to the north. As the planner noted, the land immediately to the north is not going to be used for residential. It's either going to be acquired by the, or it's going to be acquired by the municipality. I know there is an RFP that has been issued to expand the Public Works building by some 4,000 square feet. That is going to come further into the area that is immediately behind the building. And I would say simply that for the houses that will be located further to the north, their direct view will be of the Public Works yard. It will not be of the applicant's premises. So I don't think there's anything to be concerned about in terms of visual concerns about the neighborhood. So when we think about everything that is going on in the area, I believe the proposed use is compatible with the mixture of commercial buildings and commercial uses that are being carried on in the area. Next point, no negative impact on the value of other properties or people working in the surrounding area. Somebody was asking earlier about noise. Everything happens indoors. There is no servicing that happens outdoors. And let me deal with this now. Somebody was asking about business hours. The normal business hours are 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday to Saturday. I would ask if you're going to impose a condition in that regard that you impose 7 p.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday, just in case something happens up the road, and so they don't have to come back and make a further conditional use application. But I say to you, again, no, there will be no negative impact. It is not a polluting type of business. It is not a noise generating type of business. So I don't think there's any concern about the surrounding area from that perspective. Extensive landscaping will shelter the use from surrounding areas. Now, let me talk about generally consistent with development plans. And here is where the planner says it is not consistent with any of the plans. And I think there's a simple reason for that. And that is the planner has concluded that this is an industrial use. And once that conclusion is reached, it then follows that it will not be consistent with the plans. But let us address the plans. So at paragraph 25, I make reference to the Red River Development Plan, which contemplates what it calls a settlement center land use designation, the grouping of land uses so as to be compatible with existing or proposed uses. And I suggest that respectfully, that requirement is met. This proposed use is entirely consistent with what is going on along Capilus. Policy 4.5.9, commercial uses will locate in commercial clusters. Capilus is exactly that. It is a clustering in a commercial area. 4.5.10, adjacent to provincial highways and designed to least interfere with the flow of traffic by requiring service roads. I suggest to you that Capilus is essentially a service road located adjacent to the perimeter highway. The Middle Church Secondary Plan, significant truck traffic should be in a designated commercial highway commercial policy area adjoining Provincial Trunk Highway 8. That is what is happening here. So I think that requirement is met. And so then, as I noted, the planner has recommended rejection. I think, as I've said to you, that is because the planner, having looked at the defined uses, came to the conclusion that this one was heavy equipment sales and service. I respectfully say to you that I do not believe that it is. I believe it is a commercial use for the reasons I've articulated. The planner noted 6 conditions of approval. They are acceptable to the applicant. It is our submission to you that the application meets the requirements of the Planning Act. Just a couple of photos towards the end, and I will be complete. So at PDF page 36, that is a photo of the Enns Brothers dealership on the west perimeter. And again, you can see large equipment displayed out front of this dealership, fully visible to the customers. Then I give you the various definitions from the City of Winnipeg zoning bylaw as to what an industrial use means. And it provides industrial services, manufacturing and production, warehousing and freight movement, waste and salvage. That's an industrial use. We are not any of those things. We are not manufacturing anything. And just so we understand, obviously the equipment in this business is seasonal in its nature. It's not used in the winter. And so typically what will happen is there will be a flow of equipment into the yard in the spring. It'll get serviced, it'll get prepped, and it'll go out. The equipment doesn't hang around in the yard. Mr. Burrell can speak to this, but they do not keep a large inventory. Inventory is expensive. Similarly, the City of Winnipeg zoning bylaw definition of heavy equipment sales and service, I made reference to that already. The East St. Paul zoning bylaw about industrial vehicle and equipment sales, sale or rental of heavy vehicles, machinery, or mechanical equipment used in building, roadway, manufacturing, assembly, and processing operations. And then if you keep going, there's just a couple more pages. If you go to PDF page 45, that was me just taking account of the meeting council had on April 22nd, where the subdivision to the north was approved. And then there is the mapping, there is the council resolution from April 22nd, PDF page 48, which notes one of the conditions of approval is that the land immediately to the north will be transferred at no cost to the municipality for the future expansion of the public works site, and if deemed necessary for future use as a public reserve. And then finally, some mapping. PDF page 50 identifies in blue the subject property. And then the final page, PDF page 51, identifies the subject property in yellow. And you can see that there will be no residential development directly behind it. And that piece that is to the northeast of the subject property, that is the piece that will be transferred to the municipality. And then finally, I'm just going to note one final thing for you. Remember that this matter was advertised for the 2 weeks leading up to the March 25 meeting. That meeting got adjourned, as we've heard. It was then re-advertised for 2 weeks leading up to this meeting. To the best of my knowledge, no opposition has been filed in respect of this application, notwithstanding that it was unusually, I would suggest, advertised for a total of 4 weeks. So I think that would complete my submission. Certainly I would be happy to answer questions. And certainly if Mr. Burrell's input is needed on something, hopefully his screen can be opened up and he can be in a position to answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Newman, for your presentation. Very detailed, and we appreciate you going over everything in detail. I'll go around the virtual council table here and see if there are questions for you. Councillor Prague, any questions for Mr. Newman?
Mr. Newman, thank you for your presentation. You've answered all my questions and the doubts I had in my mind. I don't know if you can answer me or you need the other gentleman, Mr. Burrell, to assist you. I know this building is not constructed as yet. And we're talking about storage at the rear of this building. And just a suggestion and a thought I have in my head. that if this building is not constructed yet and they're going to go on to the construction, if they can make a cold storage at the back with no heat or anything, just to have the building's equipment in there. So nobody can see it and it's in there. And I know it's in and out these buildings. And I don't know, we'll have to ask Mr. Burrell if he's willing to do that or if that's in his plans.
So I can answer that at least to some extent.
Okay, Mr. Newman, go ahead.
And I can say to you that we actually did contemplate that as a possibility. And, you know, here is the reality of the times we live in these days. And you hear about this all the time, that the cost of materials is increasing significantly. This project has been under contemplation now since September. In that time frame, we expect the costs have risen significantly because of the passage of time. And frankly, to put in cold storage, it may not sound like much. By the time you're done, it is very expensive. But more than that, most practically, to what benefit? From the east, Joe Johnson completely screens this site. Something will eventually be developed to the west. There will be no residential development to the rear. It is either going to be public works land or it's going to be a public reserve of some kind. Whatever it's going to be, the landscaping plan reveals extensive landscaping plan for the rear of the property. So nothing will be visible. And so practically, because of the cost and because of the fact that I don't think it'll really serve a useful purpose, it is not something the owner is really much interested in doing.
Mr. Newman, let me get my point straight across. This was just a suggestion I was making.
Understood.
And I know for a fact that the cost of material has quadrupled since this COVID pandemic. And I know that, and I have to take that into consideration. And thank you for bringing that up. That's all my questions at this time for Mr. Newman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Prague. Councillor Link, any questions for Mr. Newman?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Newman, it might be difficult to answer at this time, but is there contemplation of future plans to expand and build another property or another structure on the back part of the property, or is that going to be all outdoor storage in your?
I will answer it in this way, and if Mr. Burrell wishes to chime in, by all means he should. I think, frankly, there is more land than they presently need, and God willing, if their business should be very successful and they should have a need for additional space, there will be room to expand a building. But presently, I don't believe that is contemplated.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Link. Councillor Kleiber, any comments, questions for Mr. Newman?
Mr. Newman, thank you for your presentation. It was very detailed and it certainly brought a lot of things to light with respect to our secondary plan, our Middle Church secondary plan and development plan. You outlined exactly how this fits in. I appreciate that. Question for you is, do you believe that it would be necessary to review this application on an annual basis?
So that's an interesting question. And I, of course, listened intently to the prior application and Councillor Bouchetti's question about that. My answer to you would be that I don't think the imposition of review conditions is appropriate. Municipalities have an extensive set of bylaws of various kinds that deal with all sorts of issues, occupancy issues, noise issues, safety issues, et cetera, et cetera. A person who has a conditional use approved and then invest the time and money in constructing a building. And I know Councillor Buschetti was not suggesting this, but they should never be at risk to have that conditional use revoked once they've done that, once they've made that commitment, and in turn the municipality has made that commitment to them. And I think particularly in this case, because the nature of the conditions are conditions that will have to be complied with in order to gain occupancy. And so once those conditions are met, I don't think there's any need for ongoing review.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kleiber. Councillor Buschetti, any questions, comments for Mr. Newman?
First of all, I'd like to clarify that's exactly, I did not mean shutting a business down. All I meant is a review for the unknowns that would be coming up with any new business, as you stated in your own presentation. If the company does get bigger and they do need more room, there will be changes. Same as the RM level. If there is changes and unforeseen stuff that we didn't ask for or put in a development agreement, it can be revisited. So it'll work on both ends, I think. But I'll just get back to some of my other questions. It was quite a lengthy presentation there. I was just wondering about some stuff about the screening. Now, that screening, is it see-through, or is it or just more let's wind through? Just, I know some of the slots are hard because the wind will blow the fence down, so this lets a lot more of the air through. But can it be seen through, or is it pretty dark?
It is pretty dark. It is intended to be black, and it will be, I think the word is opaque to restrict visibility.
Okay. And another thing that it shows here on your landscaping plan, it shows trees on the inside of your fence. Now, would you be willing to put the trees on the outside of the fence, especially to the north side, since that could be, green space for the development? We don't know at this point. Sure, it's been turned over to the RM, but it does state for the public works or eventually green space for the community. So having the trees on the outside of your, opaque fence would probably be a lot more aesthetically pleasing on the outside to residents than it would be on the inside.
And I accept that in concept, and that well may be doable. I would want to have some input from the contractor, who I know is observing this, and occasionally he sends me a text giving me a thought, and perhaps he's going to do that now as well and help me out in terms of answering this question. But as well, and I know, I believe that ultimately the landscaping plan, and I think that is one of the conditions that the planner's report recommends if you are prepared to approve. Yes, so condition 6 is approval of landscaping plans. So I think certainly that could be a matter of discussion further at that time.
I just wanted to put it out there. And along with the screening, was it just along the back of the property, or was it down both sides? I understand the front, no, because you have a display area, you want your stuff to be seen. But I'm just wondering, down the sides of the property?
So on the east side, I'll call it, the side that is adjacent to Joe Johnson Equipment,
Okay, yes.
there is already fencing there. On the west side, that is where the screening fencing will be as well.
Okay, yeah, I just couldn't clarify it. It just comes up so small, and when we blow it up on our screens, it just kind of looks like a blur.
Yeah.
Just, I got a lot of little notes here, so I'm just kind of, no, and a lot of the other questions were answered, and it's more about discussion with council. So that's it, and thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Buschetti. From my own perspective, I don't think I have very many questions. I agree with Councillor Buschetti in terms of the trees and where they're placed, but that could certainly be something for development agreement discussion. I think the trees are for the outside to add some buffer and not actually for the business owner to look at pretty trees. So I agree with that. I guess I would say, the building is gorgeous. The proposal for the construction of the building, I think I had read in the report, it's a lengthy report, 3 million. So certainly the building looks beautiful and would be a welcome addition to Capitalist. My concern is the exterior storage. I understand the concerns raised about the cost of having cold storage. You had mentioned a number of times about the business next door, Joe Jansen. What I do know from that business owner, the owner of the land, is that there's an expansion for that building plan to remove a lot of that exterior storage and put it inside. So that might change what's going on just because of the complaints that have come in about what that exterior storage looks like. So that all the outdoor storage being a buffer to what might come as part of this application might be a moot point if that expansion to that building is built to hide all that exterior storage. And really my only concern with this application is the exterior storage. One of the biggest complaints that I get from the industrial park, which is industrial use, is how these exterior storages start off so nice and then turn into a mess. And the fences start to fall apart, and what starts off being really orderly becomes a real mess. And I get a lot of complaints on that. So on Capitalist Drive, I'm concerned about that. So I appreciate you providing some clarity about not wanting to put things inside, but this is a concern of what that's going to look like back there. And semi-opaque fencing, you know, we deal with a lot of complaints, and that exterior storage is certainly one if it's not handled properly.
Well, one of the things that I might suggest, Mayor, to address your concerns about the future and how people start off well and then they fall down over time, is there could be a condition that the landscaping and the fencing be maintained to an appropriate level. And then if there's a breach of that condition, then the municipality has some teeth to deal with it.
And I agree with that comment. I think that's a good comment to make. And I think Councillor Bracetti's suggestion, I know that you didn't like the idea of an annual review, but that's one of the things that catches that we don't hear complaints about a business, 5-10 years down the line, that we take a look. But your suggestion there is certainly something council can consider. Thank you very much again for your presentation.
Thank you.
Ms. Elias, have we got anyone else registered in support or opposition or for information?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have Dawn Adet registered in favor.
Mr. Adet, are you wanting to speak to council? Are you able to hear us okay?
No, I hear you. Thank you for the opportunity. I am the regional manager for Vermeer Canada here in the Winnipeg region, and I am just listening in and letting Mark Newman and Chris Burrell present.
Thank you for being here tonight. Ms. Elias, have we got anyone else registered in support, opposition, or for information?
We also have George Constantinis here with us this evening. He's registered in favor.
Mr. Constantine, and if I'm botching your last name, I apologize. Are you wanting to speak on the item tonight?
Sure, I can speak. Sorry, the minute you said I could come and speak, my computer glitched and it shut me off, but I came back right away, so thank you. Yes, Contemporary Steel Builders has been working with Chris Burrell and Vermeer for quite some time planning this building. And the question about the fencing and the opaqueness, we've hired Wallace and Wallace, and they've put up most of the fences in the area, and we're not doing anything different than anybody else that has done it. We've actually stepped it up by using black chain link fence as opposed to galvanized chain link fence to make it look a little bit more attractive. Chris Burrell has been a pleasure to work with as an owner because he doesn't want to just build a tin box. We've kind of brought a lot of elements of aesthetic elements to the exterior of this building. And I was quite pleased meeting Don Odette at their existing facility in Winnipeg with not knowing what Vermeer supplies, like directional drilling equipment and tree cutting equipment and stuff. And most of their equipment, we've designed the building to be able to drive most of the equipment that they sell into the showroom through a typical 6x6 walk door. So a lot of the equipment that everybody keeps saying is industrial and big. I was at the RM Public Works meeting today because we're looking at potentially quoting on that building. And the equipment that's in that building far exceeds and trumps anything that Vermeer is going to be bringing into this building. So if we could drive their equipment through a 7-foot high double swing walk door into their showroom, it kind of gives you a perspective of how big their equipment's going to be. They pushed us a little bit to overemphasize landscaping. So we worked with Dean Spearman, the landscape architect that was approved by our Red River Planning District, and he added quite a bit extra landscaping just to give the look that Chris was looking for. So I think as far as a corporate citizen and a good indication of what Capless is going to look like, I think you guys are would be probably lucky to have somebody like this, because he never, him and Vermeer never tried to hold things back and try to squeak through. I think they've been pretty upfront and honest with what they're doing. And I'm looking forward to building this building. And we've built a couple others on Capless, and it's a great community to work with, and the RM. So thanks for the opportunity. And oh, the last thing, the trees on the north side of the fence, a lot of times in other developments, the RMs want us to put all of the trees inside of the owner's property so that the owner could maintain them and clean them underneath the trees. And when debris gets blown around there and all that kind of stuff, and then so they're kind of controlled in defense of the person who planted them. So I personally don't know the difference between putting them on the north side of the fence or on the south side of the fence, and I don't know if there's a requirement, and economically wise for the owner, I don't think it makes a difference. So if that's something that's a really stickler point, I don't think he's going to object one way or the other. And so that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much for your comments. I'll just go around the council table and see if there are any questions for you. Councillor Kleiber, any questions?
Just out of interest, how are the steel prices for building steel buildings these days?
Well, since September, we've had 4 increases of anywhere between 3 to 7% compounded. So, and no offense, but unfortunately, with this little hiccup of getting things approved, it just continues. And now concrete is going up, rebar that goes into the concrete, that's gone up. So like, it's driving us bonkers. The one benefit of this all is customers aren't complaining anymore. Before they complain about price, now they say, okay, let's lock in the price and let's go. So it's actually, to tell you the truth, it's helping us sell buildings because people aren't bickering. They're just making a decision and proceeding. But thanks for asking. It is a challenging time for all of us. So
thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kleiber. Councillor Link, any questions?
No, everything that I had to ask has been covered completely and more. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pryke?
No questions. Thank you.
And Councillor Bussetti?
Just one thing for clarity, I didn't mean the trees on the other property. I meant the trees on Vermeer's property with the fence being moved in towards his building. So just so that
Yeah.
it's all,
Yeah, on the north side of his property, according to your development agreement, he has to put a whole set of trees, and we've positioned them based on Dean Spearman's landscape architectural plans. And like I said, right now they're showing inside of his fence. I don't think anybody's gonna object to having put them outside of the fence, but I do think it might be in your guys' advantage to let him continue to put them inside so that he can maintain and keep them clean below the, if he puts up a fence and he doesn't have a gate back there, and then debris, garbage bags, all that kind of stuff starts blowing, nobody's ever going to go underneath those trees to clean them because they're not on anybody's property but Vermeer's. If I were you guys, I would probably just leave it the way that it is, because what you're really going to be seeing, you're going to be seeing 6 feet of black fence below, and then these beautiful trees growing above. And I got to admit, I'm a tree hugger. I love trees, and I do a lot of landscaping, and I push my clients to add landscaping because it adds value. And I don't think you got a concern by where they're placed and how they've been designed. But then again, if there is a concern, I don't think it's a problem changing it one way or the other.
only reason I'm saying it with the trees is it's coming into it could be a green space for the upcoming or proposed development in the area. And fences tend to get run down. And this would more be blocking the fencing area, so.
Thank you, Councillor
Thank you.
Pursetti, and thank you, Mr. Constantine, for coming and appearing before council. Thank you.
Thanks for the time.
Ms. Elias, do we have anyone else registered in support, opposition, or for information?
Madam Mayor, we have John Garcia registered in support. He submitted a letter on behalf of Garcia Holdings, Inc. and Alma Holdings Limited, stating, we are satisfied that the proposed use will not have any negative impact on our property or other properties in the area, is compatible with the general nature of activities in the surrounding area, and we believe it is consistent with the zoning bylaw. We also received a letter of support from Richard Wilson. He states, we occupy an office at 1051 Capulus and have no concerns with the proposed use. The building and development of this property appear to be of a high standard and would be an asset to this development. We also have Brian Buchalter with us this evening, but we don't have him registered as in favor or against or for information.
Ms. Elias, because are you wanting to join in, Mr. Buchalter, as part of this application, or are you attending to be filming us?
My apologies, Madam Mayor. We also have Peter Trombetta with us as well.
Welcome, Mr. Trombetta. Are you wanting to speak in support, opposition, or for information on this application?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, we can.
Yeah. No, I have no comments to add. I work with Chris at Vermeer Canada, and I'm in favor of this one, obviously, but what Mark has conveyed to you is all that we need to say at this point.
Thank you. And Ms. Elias, I'll ask if anyone else is registered.
No one else registered in favor, against, or for information.
Thank you. Mr. Newman, as representing the applicant, has the final word. Mr. Newman, is there anything else that you're wanting to add and comment on that's been raised by council or anyone who spoke? And I don't see Mr. Newman on the screen. There we go. Okay. Mr. Newman, were you able to hear me okay? You get final word as representing the applicant. If there's anything else that you're wanting to add or comment on based on what you've heard from council, you do have that opportunity.
So I did hear what you said, but I was muted, and I've actually noticed something. Maybe you are not aware of this. Whenever someone's status is changed, their connection is lost for a moment, and that's what happened with me, and then I rejoined. And so I will respond to your question by saying, no, I'm satisfied that we've covered it quite comprehensively, and I'm hopeful that you'll be satisfied that the requirements of the Planning Act are met, and we'll be prepared to approve this conditional use. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Newman. We appreciate you being here tonight. If there are no further comments, then questions for Mr. Newman from council, I will read the resolution to close the public hearing for council discussion. Be it resolved, council do hereby close the public hearing and resume the regular meeting of council. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Bisetti, seconded Councillor Link. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed, and that is carried. Thank you. I will read the resolution and then council can discuss. Whereas the applicant has applied for conditional use 721 to permit use consisting of the sale and servicing of equipment used in the environmental, utility, underground, and recycling industries, as well as exterior storage of this equipment on this property located at 1105 and 1123 Capitalist Drive in the CH Commercial Highway Zone. And whereas under the provisions of the Planning Act, a public hearing has been held to hear representation for and or against the conditional use application. Now therefore be it resolved that the Rural Municipality of West St. Paul approves conditional use 721 under the following conditions. That the conditional use approved be limited to the business proposed within this application, sale and servicing of equipment used and in the environmental, utility, underground, and recycling industries. Any changes in use will require a new conditional use approval. 2, applicant owner to obtain all required permits and approvals, including but not limited to those from the Red River Planning District, RM of West St. Paul, and Manitoba Infrastructure if required. 3, revised drainage plan and consolidated lots to be submitted to the RM and approved by municipal engineer. 4, the outdoor storage is in compliance with section 3.11 of the zoning bylaw, including being enclosed on all sides with a minimum 6-foot-high solid or opaque wall or fence. 5, fencing or any other required screening around exterior storage to be completed prior to the occupancy permit being issued. 6, applicant owner to receive approval from the RM office confirming elevation and landscape plans adhere to design and landscape guidelines applicable to the property through development agreement, landscaping plans to include storage area and fencing. Mr. Planner, did we have 1 or 2 more added conditions that came from that? 2? Thank you. I'm wondering if you took note of those and you could read those out now for me.
Yes, and actually I had more than 2. I don't know if it's the will of council to include them all, but I'll read them all just so council can discuss. So 1 was that proposed fencing along the rear property line is located closer to Capitalist Drive than the proposed vegetation, if deemed necessary by the CAO. Next, that all servicing of equipment is to take place within an enclosed building. Condition 8, that hours of operation be limited to between 7 a.m. and 6 p.m. Monday to Saturday. 9, that proposed landscaping and fencing is to be maintained to the satisfaction of the CAO. And number 10, that conditional use approval can be reviewed by the RM on an annual basis, for example, to confirm compliance with conditions of approval.
Thank you, Mr. Planner. Councillor Bichetti, I'll read the rest of the resolution and then I'll go around. The approval of a conditional use will expire and cease to have any effect if it is not acted upon within 12 months of the date of decision. A board, council, or planning commission may extend the deadline under subsection 1 for an additional period not longer than 12 months if an application is received before the initial deadline. So I'll ask for a mover and a seconder, and then if we're wanting to make changes to that, that we could do so.
Are we moving and seconding these additional ones?
Sorry, I can't hear.
Are we moving and seconding these additional things that have been read?
We are, but those could be changed as part of council discussion, and then the mover and seconder would accept those changes if we're wanting to make changes to the conditions that have been read as part of the resolution.
Well, why wouldn't we just read the conditions as is and then add conditions later? That's what we've done before.
On the last application, we read the resolution, added the conditions that were discussed, and then discussed and voted on it. These conditions could be removed if council isn't wanting. What normally happens in this process is I read the resolution, we have discussion on it after we have a mover and a seconder.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Can I get a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Busetti, seconded by Councillor Pereg. We can discuss the conditions of the application itself. Councillor Busetti, I'll start with you.
Just, there was one we made them kind of put in on the last one was the hours of operation, because it's not in there. They were saying 8 till 5, but Mr. Newman said, you know, to give them some grace period to go from 7 till 6. So I'd be good with that. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor Busetti. Councillor Kleiber?
Couple of things that have come out of this. The additional conditions could be covered under a development plan. And so we've covered these conditions normally when a development plan comes out. I don't know why we have to add them now and add them to the approval. Servicing, vegetation, landscaping, that's all part of a development plan. So why are they now being added additionally? Annual review, I don't agree with it, and I'll say why. It can be construed as discriminatory. And I say construed because none of the other properties on Capitolist have an annual review. So we're picking out a particular property and saying, now we want an annual review just of this property. Yes, we included that in the doggy daycare, but that was already part of a larger property. So that's a different matter and a different situation altogether. I don't think it should be added. If we are satisfied with these conditions, we don't require an annual review. Trees, I agree, should be on the owner side. And I agree with the individual from, I think it was George from Contemporary Steel. The tree should be on the owner side for maintenance. If we want the additional piece that was granted to us from Waterside to be a public reserve, I don't think it should be at the expense of this individual. It should be at our expense. But from what I understand, that's not going to be a public reserve. It's going to be public works. So I think that they should continue to be inside the fence. I agree with that, and I think that would be good for maintenance. I'm sorry if I butcher this name, Mr. Constantinides. Okay, also mentioned that PW has bigger equipment than Vermeer. Good point. I've also noted on Capitolist in the last couple of days that there are trailers being put out in yards that are exceeding the 6-foot height on other properties, and there are other properties exceeding that 6-foot height as well. So it seems to be the order of the day over there. The other thing is, I think that we have already delayed this gentleman long enough. His prices are going up, and I can concur with what was said, being in the steel business myself, that steel is going up exponentially every day. So the longer we delay this, the more it costs the individual. And I don't know that it's fair. I think that we should move forward with this. I think the conditions are acceptable. I would remove the annual review. I don't think it's necessary given the extensive conditions that have been required. I also think the vegetation, servicing, hours of operation, and landscaping can all be put in the development plan and not in the conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kleiber. Councillor Link.
Yes, I agree that these conditions, the extra conditions, could go in the DA. I think they have been part of DAs. I agree with putting the trees inside the fencing where they can be maintained. If that area outside the fencing becomes a green space, then the RM or perhaps the developer who provided the property can kick in and have a few shrubs along that fence line. The more barriers you have, the better soundproofing and the nicer the effect. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Link. Councillor Prague.
I agree the trees should be on the applicant's property, but I disagree with the 1 year to do annual review, because we'll be doing our due diligence. I have no problem with all the presentation I heard. All my doubts were taken away from Mr. Newman's presentation. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Prague. So what I'm hearing from council is 2 members of council are supportive of the annual review and 2 are not. I'm supportive of an annual review as well. I think when you're running a good operation, it's certainly not something to be feared. And it sounds like they plan on running a good operation. But what I did hear is 3 members of council would like the condition changed, Mr. Planner, on removed on the trees going on the outside versus the inside. So based on the 3 members of council on that condition to be removed. For myself, I'm wondering, they had talked about in their application that the doors are 6 feet high and that equipment is at least 6 feet high, but the fencing is 6 feet high. I believe we have a condition or clause in our fencing for commercial properties that the fence can go higher than 6 feet, Mr. Planner. That might be something where they're fencing to cover this. If their equipment is 6 feet high, approximately, maybe the fencing should be 7 feet high or 8 feet high, and no one would see the exterior storage because the fencing would come up above the 6 feet that they're suggesting their equipment is. I'm not sure if that's something council would support in the conditions or not, but if it's to hide the storage in behind and we're able to go higher fencing, that would certainly hide equipment that's 6 feet high. Hours of operation, as Councillor Bichetti brought up, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Was council okay with that condition remaining? Mr. Planner, I'll just ask you about the fencing. Were you able to find about, go ahead, Mr. Planner.
Yeah, so it can be a maximum of 8 feet high.
Can be a maximum of 8 feet. So I'll go around and just ask council what they think about extending the height of the fence height and the hours of operation proposed by Councillor Bichetti as part of the process, 7 to 6 p.m. Councillor Kleiber, go ahead. You had your hand up.
Yeah, I was just going to say the fencing. With regards to the fencing, I mean, I think the fencing is adequate, and raising it to 7 feet, I don't have an issue with that. Hours of operation. You know, Councillor Bichetti and I both own businesses. I wouldn't want to be held to a certain time, especially with this kind of business. For example, how would you interpret it? Our manufacturing finishes at 3:30, so we don't have any movement in the yard after 3:30, but we do have people working in the office until sometimes 6 o'clock. So if somebody was working in the office after 6 o'clock, would that be interpreted as outside the hours? So let's say they're working there till 6:30 or 7:30. Would that be now considered outside the hours of business? Well, we are stipulating hours of business, so we have to be careful with that. And I don't know if we have to be specific with that. So if we say hours of operation from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. for servicing only, or for what? So I think we have to, I don't know, I have a little trouble with that. I don't think we're going to see anything out of this time span anyways. But if somebody wants to come to the office and work, is that going to be an issue? So I'm just going to address that right there. And that's it for me.
Thank you, Councillor Kleiber. Councillor Prague, go ahead.
The hours of operation there, I can see that where it can cause a problem, because if they're shut down and the office staff is still there, sometimes they have paperwork to do and things like that, or do their thing for projection for the next day. So I know the building is closed down and there's no operation 7 to 5, 7 to 6, whatever. But office staff and using our common sense is they're doing paperwork. They're not driving vehicle in and out. So I don't see what the big problem is.
Councillor Bisetti?
I said 7 till 6 because Mr. Newman said that their hours of open operation are 8 till 5. And that was his condition, that he said, you know, expand it from 7 to 6 for any overlap time. And somebody working in the office after hours, I would not consider that the hours of operation. I would consider the sign on the front door saying open from this time to that time, so that it's not, you know, the equipment being run out of the shop, put into the back, other equipment being brought in. The casual person working late, I would not even consider that. And that is a very, very standard condition that we put on, I'm going to say 90% of the businesses that we approve down Capless. So I want to see some kind of hours of operation there. So.
Thank you, Councillor Bisetti. And it's an important distinction between hours of operating and people coming back to the office to pick things up or to do paperwork, or that's very different than actually operating. So it is a good distinction. Councillor Link?
Well, I think you just sort of answered my question, Councillor Bisetti. You said others have had that same stipulation. The stipulation should be the same for all, I think. They're very similar businesses, hey. And no fuss about someone working an extra hour or so. I mean, who's going to complain?
Councillor Kleiber?
Yeah, as long as we hold to that and we don't send the bylaw officer by because somebody's doing paperwork, I'm okay with that then. As long as we have some flexibility there for people to come into work and work in the office if they need to.
Thank you. Bigger issues than somebody working in their office, that's for sure. Councillor Bisetti and then Councillor Prague and then Councillor Bisetti. Go ahead, Councillor Prague.
During Mr. Newman's presentation, did he put the time in? I'm positive he put the time in this presentation. That's all I need to clear up.
Thank you. Councillor Bisetti.
And I just didn't answer the mayor your second question about the fencing. That was the times, and I'm good with raising the fence at least to the backside.
So 3 of us are okay with 7 foot high. Councillor Link, Councillor Prague, are you all right with 7 foot high fencing? Not so, Mr. Planner, as a condition. Okay. All right, so just to be clear on, we had the 6 conditions, and because there's been some changes of discussion here, we have the 6. What do we now have, Mr. Planner, based on the discussion from council here?
We have 10 conditions in total, and what I've done is amended condition number 4 to reference the increase in fence height to 7 feet. So we've got 10 conditions in total, and condition number 4 being amended. Oh, I'm sorry, you're on mute.
Can I have you read 7 through 10, just because it's not on our screen?
Absolutely. I'll read the amended condition number 4 as well, if that's acceptable. Number 4, that outdoor storage is in compliance with section 3.11 of the zoning bylaw, including being enclosed on all sides with a solid or opaque fence or wall, and that the height of the proposed fence be increased to a minimum of 7 feet. Condition number 7, that all servicing of equipment is to take place within an enclosed building. Number 8, that hours of operation be limited to between 7 a.m. and 6 p.m. Monday to Saturday. Number 9, that proposed landscaping and fencing is to be maintained to the satisfaction of the CAO. Number 10, that conditional use approval can be reviewed by the RM on an annual basis, for example, to confirm compliance with conditions of approval.
Thank you, Mr. Planner. Are the mover and seconder okay with those changes from proposed? Okay, good. I'll go around the council table one more time. We've addressed the conditions. If there's any other comments. Councillor Kleiber, any additional comments? Thank you. Councillor Link, any additional comments?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Craig
No, thank you.
and Councillor Bersetti.
No, thank you.
Thank you. Comments from me, I appreciate, oh, go ahead, Councillor Kleiber, go ahead.
Sorry, I was just going to ask for a recorded vote.
Julia, request for a recorded vote. Just comments from my perspective. I appreciate the look of the building and what is proposed here and the presentation made by Mr. Newman. From my perspective, I believe there's a more appropriate location for this business. I respect the planner's recommendations against this application and the work that he's done in proposing that this is heavy industrial use, and respect the opinion and legal review from our planner. And I'm very concerned that this is not consistent with the intent of Capitalist and the number of exterior storage applications we defeated as a council. I'm also concerned it sets the stage for other businesses to come back to council with the conditional use applications that they've had and that were defeated from this council 6 months to a year from now, and request exterior storage. I'm concerned that Capitalist will be a street that has a lot of exterior storage out there, which was never the intent of this commercial zone, to be a beautiful zone without exterior storage. I'm concerned about fairness when we've turned down applications that want more than 6 cars parked in front of their business. So I have a lot of concerns, but I do respect the will of council on this. Everybody's had opportunity for input. We have a request from Councillor Kleiber for a recorded vote, and I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Thank you. I'm going to call for a 10-minute break. We are at 8:30. If we could be back at 8:40 just to take a break, and then we will finish up the 3 more planning items with our planner and carry on with our meeting agenda. So 10 minutes. Thank you. everyone. We will continue with our meeting. We have a few more planning items. That's the last of our public hearing. 6.1 general planning matters. We have first reading of our zoning bylaw. Mr. Payton, I will turn it over to you to provide background information before reading the resolution.
Thank you. So this application is zoning bylaw amendment number 2021-07P. This is the first reading of this amendment application. So first reading does not necessarily indicate council endorses the application. At this stage, our office has not conducted an in-depth analysis, nor has the application been referred to government agencies for comment. Before either of these things happen, council must give first reading. So this is really first reading to get the amendment application on council's radar and agenda. So this amendment application applies to lands that are generally located east of Main Street, west of the Red River, south of River Springs Drive. And the proposed zones are RS Serviced Residential and RMF1 Serviced Multifamily Residential 1. There has been a related subdivision application that applies to some of these lands that if council gives first reading to this zoning bylaw amendment, the public hearing for both the subdivision and for the zoning bylaw amendment will take place as a combined hearing. But today council is just considering first reading for the zoning bylaw amendment. So the location map here shows the lands that are included as part of the rezoning application. There are three separate areas. As you can see, two adjacent to Main Street and one adjacent to the Red River. So those are the areas bounded by the black dashed line. This is the current zoning on the property. So as you can see, the bulk of the land is zoned A4 agricultural currently. There are portions that are zoned RG residential general. And it's about 51 acres in total, these lands that are included as part of this application. And finally, this is the proposed zoning map. So those two portions of land that are adjacent to Main Street are both being proposed to rezone to an RS Serviced Residential zone. That is the zone that allows for single family dwellings. It would not allow for two family or multiple family dwellings. And those two portions of land, again, adjacent to Main Street, are those that are subject to the related subdivision application. Again, that subdivision application has been submitted to our office and is currently circulating for comment. But council is only considering the first reading for the zoning bylaw amendment this evening. The third portion of land, which is not proposed to be subdivided, but it is included in the rezoning application, is that adjacent to the Red River. And that would be rezoned as part of this application to an RMF1 Serviced Multifamily Residential zone. So that zone allows for two family and multifamily dwellings that have direct access. Each unit has direct access to ground level. So that would be, for example, townhomes or side-by-side two family, but it would not include apartment blocks, for example. So the proposed zones appear to be generally consistent with the development plan in Middle Church Secondary Plan. As a result, our office has no concerns with the proposed amendment at this time. We recommend that first reading be given to the bylaw, allowing a public hearing to be scheduled, and our office to conduct further research, including referring the application to commenting agencies. Thank you, and I would welcome any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Payton. I'll go around the table and see if there are questions for you. A reminder to residents and our council members on first reading, there's not very many questions that we can ask you. This is to allow our planner to go forward and do research to be able to provide council and the public with answers, but I will go around the table. Councillor Bracetti, any questions, comments for the planner?
Clarification on RMF1, it's not for apartment style, it's for townhouse style. Am I correct?
Yes, the units must have direct access to ground level. So townhouses, side-by-sides, not apartment blocks.
Thanks for the clarification.
Thank you, Councillor Braccetti. Councillor Kleiber, any questions for our planner?
Mr. Payton, you made a comment that this bylaw zoning will affect a current subdivision that's coming up today?
No, so the zoning bylaw amendment application that's before you now and a related subdivision application have been submitted to our office. If council takes the first reading to this application tonight, they will both be scheduled for a combined public hearing. So council will consider both the zoning, this rezoning, as well as the subdivision application.
Oh, I see. Okay, so you have a subdivision application already for this planned property?
For the two portions of, for the portions of the land that are to be rezoned to RS service residential. That's what the subdivision applies to.
Okay, and no subdivision for the RMF1 at this time? Okay, so the, you were mentioning that they would be townhouses on there. Would there be a required subdivision for that as well, or it would just be treated as one piece, or how would that work?
So for a multifamily residential zone, it would not necessarily be subdivided. So more than one unit could be placed on the property. So it could be developed potentially as is. So when this gets to the public hearing stage, our office will be recommending a development agreement as a condition of rezoning to ensure that if it doesn't get further subdivided, that council still has a say for what kind of development occurs there.
Okay, so it would be like one title then on that RMF1. And it could be something like what we see on Main Street with, I'm not going to mention their names, but you know which townhouses I'm talking about on Main Street that we have across from Candle Factory, where townhouses are then built out, but it's all one piece, right? That's what you're saying?
Yes, that could be,
okay.
That could be possible, yes.
Okay, thank you for answering my questions.
Councillor Prague, any questions for our planner?
No questions.
Thank you. Councillor Link, any questions for our planner?
No, Madam Mayor, I have no questions for the planner.
Thank you. I just have a follow-up question regarding that RMF1. I'm always really hesitant to have comments about what could be there. What could be there is this high-end multi-million-dollar side-by-sides. Like, it's very hard to speak about what could come there when we don't know what's coming there. So I don't like residents to be nervous to say, we're going to see something that looks like on Main Street that we already have show up. So I'm just wanting clarification, Mr. Payton, that you have no application on that and you have no idea what might be coming there in the future.
The only as part of the applicant's subdivision, they've included a concept drawing for those lands. So when that subdivision application comes to council, you'll be in receipt of that plan.
Thank you. I always worry about making speculations and rumors and the way it gets around in a small community like ours. So if we don't know what's going on, we just want to wait and see what comes before us as a council, just to be certain. Councillor Kleiber, if I go to you, I'll go right around the table again. Go ahead, Councillor Kleiber.
Oh, I just wanted to clarify, I wasn't saying that that was going to be necessarily that. I meant as a concept that there wouldn't be subdivision like we've seen at Parkview Point, where a piece of land is taken, it's subdivided, and then you sort of have the duplexes going up. So my question was more to, there's no subdivision or lots taking place. There's going to be something on there that's all together. And I think that's what I wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't believe we have that situation in Parkview Point, but this is definitely something we can consider at second reading. I'll go around. Does any other member of council have any follow-up questions for the planner? Not for Councillor Prague, Councillor Boucher, Councillor Link. No. Okay. I will read the resolution then, and council can vote. Be it resolved that the zoning bylaw amendment 2021-07P, being a bylaw of the Rural Municipality of West St. Paul, to amend the RM of West St. Paul's zoning bylaw number 2-99P by zoning the subject lands, rules 54, 720 to 00045, 54710, 54730, 54300, and 54320 from A4 agricultural to RG and RG residential general to RS service residential and RMF1 service multifamily residential 1 to be read a first time. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Prague, seconded Councillor Kleiber. Any further discussion? I'll go around the table. Councillor Prague, any other comments? Thank you. Councillor Link? Thank you. Councillor Kleiber? Councillor Bersetti?
No, thank you.
Only comment from me is I will say that I'm really pleased that developers are listening to the advice of council, and that before any of these come to council, residents are fully aware. In previous terms, there's sometimes been surprises before first reading or even second reading, and residents don't know until 72 hours before these things are posted and show up on our agenda, or 2 weeks at the most when planning items are on Red River Planning's site. And thanks to council wanting to make sure that residents are fully informed and engaged, there's no surprises in our community about what the developer is doing. So council will await further information before making any decisions, but I'm really proud that our entire community has information about this, has been able to participate. So it's very good to have our community aware of the things that are being proposed in the applications coming to council. With that said, I will ask for a recorded vote, and I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Thank you. Item 6.2, we have a subdivision. I will turn it back over to the planner to discuss the background information related to this application.
Thank you. So this is subdivision application file number S21-2897. This is to reduce the number of lots on the subject lands from 3 to 2. So currently there are 3 lots known as 117, 121, and 125 River Springs Drive. This application, if approved, would take those 3 lots, consolidate them, and re-subdivide into 2. So it's, that result is a reduction in lots from 3 to 2. So as you can see on the context map before you, the location of these lots on the south side of River Springs Drive. And I do want to mention here that there's no public hearing associated with this application. That's because as per provincial legislation, public hearings are only required if new public roads are being proposed. There are no new public roads being proposed as part of this application. As I mentioned, this is simply a reduction in the number of lots from 3 to 2. So this is just another view of those 3 existing lots. The zoning on the properties is RS serviced residential. The applicant has submitted this drawing, again, just showing the location of those existing 3 lots on River Springs Drive. And their subdivision application map shows the proposed boundaries of the 2 lots that would be created from those 3. So each of the proposed lots is just over 12,660 square feet and 87.9 feet in width. So those far exceed the minimum requirements in the applicable RS zone, which are 4,400 square feet and 44 square feet. So again, these proposed lots are 12,660 square feet, just over, in area, and 87.9 feet in width. The width of the proposed lots also exceeds the typical width of lots across River Springs Drive, which is 75 feet, typically, as well as the adjacent lots on the south side of River Springs, which range from 56.5 to 60 feet. So again, these lots would be 87.9 feet in width. The applicant has submitted a conceived layout drawing. So basically the applicant is a custom home builder. They've indicated they've identified an opportunity here to create large estate lots to serve a niche market. And the subdivision would also allow for the majority of the existing trees on the lots to be retained. So the conceived layout here on the screen before you, you can see a number of things. One is the general location of the proposed home footprints. It also shows the location of larger old growth oak trees on the property. And finally, it shows both the existing lot boundaries, which are to be removed, and you can see they've been struck out by the pink lines. So it shows those existing current boundaries as well as the proposed boundary. So as you can see, it would just take those 3 lots, consolidate them, and split them in half to create 2 lots. So again, a net reduction down from 3 to 2 lots. And finally, the applicants submitted a tree protection plan as well. So it identifies the location of some of the trees that are to be protected, including the 3 sisters tree that's known. It also indicates a 3.5 meter, which is approximately 11.5 feet setback from the tree locations to the proposed structures. So the proposed subdivision, again, more of a reduction in lots, is in general conformance with the development plan and Middle Church secondary plan. Commenting agencies generally noted no concerns with the proposed subdivision. The RM has requested conditions of approval that would require the tree protection plan to be approved by the municipality and for the buildable area to be limited as shown on this plan. This is consistent with policies in the development plan and secondary plan that encourage creativity in site planning. Should council wish to approve the application, our office recommends the following conditions be placed. 1, that the applicant submits confirmation in writing from the CAO that taxes have been paid, development levies have been paid, and that the existing development agreement is revised or a new development agreement is entered into to address the following but not limited to. 1, a revised drainage/lot grading plan to be prepared by a qualified engineer and submitted to the satisfaction of the municipality. 2, a tree protection plan to be submitted to the municipality for approval. Plan to include location of protective barrier, which is to be installed prior to construction beginning and maintained until final lot grade approval. Now, the third condition, the applicant has requested a change to the wording, and the ARM administration is consented to that change. Essentially, the way it's written in your report, the buildable area would be restricted based on the drip line of the trees. The applicant pointed out that that's a little bit more difficult to measure from or to gauge than measuring from the actual tree trunk. So that third part of the development agreement, so condition C3, the new wording, which again has been consented to by the RM who requested this condition, is that a 3.5 meter building setback from the mature tree locations identified on the tree protection plan. And C4, applicant/owner to provide a $2,000 deposit to cover third-party costs, such as but not limited to engineering expenses incurred by the municipality in review of this application. Any amount remaining will be refunded. That's all I have for this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Planner. I will go around the virtual table and see if there are questions for you. Councillor Prague, I'll start with you as the area councillor. Any questions for our planner?
Yes, Mr. Planner, I just want to get some facts straight here. So by taking these 3 lots and making it into 2, we will be saving more trees? That's what you're telling me?
That's right. The applicants indicated that the reduction in the number of lots would result in trees being retained, as you can see on their tree protection plan as well as the conceived layout here.
Okay, thanks. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you, Councillor Prague. Councillor Bussetti, any questions for Mr. Payton?
I'm just more of a comment. Councillor Prague got that answered about saving the trees. I'm happy to see that there's the tree conservation plan. And I'm also happy to see that the developer, noticed an opportunity here to save those trees and create more of a setting using the trees that, the residents in the area wanted to see saved. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bussetti. Councillor Link, any questions for the planner?
No, I just want to comment that Merrick Homes will be the builder, and they spotted a niche market, estate homes. Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Link. Councillor Kleiber?
Yeah, it's nice to see that there's some bigger lots going in there. Also that the builder is going to preserve the sister trees there. Just wondering, in the tree protection plan, if we could have in the tree protection plan that the recommendations of a certified arborist be engaged by the owner, and that the recommendations of the arborist be followed for those remaining oak trees, so that that we don't put those oak trees in jeopardy. Could that be part of the tree protection plan?
Yes, I'd want to confer with your administration about that. That's a condition that they requested, that the existing development agreement is revised to reflect the tree protection plan. So I think it would be best to consult with your administration as to how they envision this the plan being reviewed and assessed.
Yeah, my understanding is that, and I think from the residents that have expressed their concerns, that certain things disturb the trees and so forth. So if we could have somebody certified to kind of give some advice in that direction for the tree protection plan, I think that would be a great idea. And it looks very good. It's nice to see. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kleiber. No questions for me. Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Payton. That looks really great. Obviously, a lot of work has been spent to try and preserve trees. This is great. Ms. Elias, do we have the applicant on the line?
Sorry, Madam Mayor, there's no public hearing associated with
Oh,
this.
thank you for the reminder. Yes. Councillor Kleiber, go ahead. Request for recorded vote. Haven't read the resolution yet, but yes, request for recorded vote. If there's no further discussion, I will read the resolution and we can move forward. I just had one follow-up for the CAO. In terms of the development agreement amendments regarding tree preservation, council will receive an update on those amendments.
Yes, Madam Mayor, you will.
I will read the resolution. Be it resolved that council for the Rural Municipality of West St. Paul under section 125 of the Planning Act approves subdivision application S21-2897 for properties located at 117, 121, and 125 River Springs Drive to subdivide the 3 existing lots into 2 new lots measuring 12,663.7 square feet and 12,662.7 square feet, subject to the following conditions. 1, applicant owner submits confirmation in writing from the Chief Administrative Officer of the municipality that A, taxes on the land to be subdivided for the current year plus any arrears have been paid or arrangements satisfactory to council have been made. Payment of any applicable development levies have been paid. C, existing development agreement is revised or a new development agreement is entered into to address the following, but not limited to: a revised drainage lot grading plan to be prepared by a qualified engineer and submitted to the satisfaction of the municipality. 2, a tree protection plan to be submitted to the municipality for approval, a plan to include location of protected barrier, which is to be installed prior to construction beginning and maintained until final grade approval. Number 3, can I have you read that, Mr. Payton, again, the changes on that one?
Number 3, a 3.5 meter building setback from the mature tree locations identified on the tree protection plan.
Thank you. 4, applicant owner to provide $2,000 deposit to cover third-party costs such as, but not limited to, engineering expenses incurred by the municipality in reviewing this application. Any amount remaining will be refunded. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Bichetti, seconded by Councillor Prague. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, we have a request for a recorded vote from Councillor Kleiber. Councillor Kleiber, go ahead.
Just wondered if we could get that tree protection plan before the next subdivision hearing. so that we could just have a look at it. And is that tree protection plan only for this area, or would it be for other areas as well? Is it going to be something that we will be utilizing going forward for all areas, or just this DA?
As written, the condition and the tree protection plan would only apply to these lots, these subject lands.
It's a very specific tree protection plan identifying exact specific trees to be protected during construction. It's not a general policy on tree protection. It's on the construction of houses on this property as presented, those trees have to be protected during construction. And so that plan is for these trees specifically, trees that were identified as residents as important and significant. Any further questions? I have a mover and a seconder, a request for a recorded vote from Councillor Kleiber. I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Thank you. And we have item 6.3, subdivision S212892. Mr. Planner, I will turn that over to you to share background information.
Thank you. So this is subdivision file number S21-2892. This proposal is to create 122 lots for multifamily residential development in the RMF1 service multifamily residential 1 zone. Now the lots are to be accessed by public roads that have already been approved as part of this previous subdivision application. So there are no public roads being proposed as part of this application. As such, there's no public hearing associated with the application. Again, that's because provincial legislation only requires public hearings where there are new roads being proposed. So just to be clear, the lots being created as part of this application would be serviced and accessed by public roads that have already been approved as part of a previous subdivision application. That subdivision that created the public roads, it has been granted final approval. A certificate of approval has been issued. However, it has not yet been registered at the land titles office. So when you look at the mapping that our office has prepared, you won't see those roads. So it appears to be a landlocked piece of property here. But as some of the information submitted by the applicant shows, it is serviced by public roads again that have been previously approved as part of a previous subdivision. So the subject lands are roughly 9.39 acres in area. That excludes the public roads, as I mentioned. The land is also already zoned RMF1, so the proposed type of development is consistent with the existing zoning that applies to the lands. So this is a context plan submitted by the applicant. It shows the entirety of this Meadowlands residential development, some of which has already been approved in subdivisions, previous subdivisions. I've just outlined in the yellow dashed line and the yellow arrow the area that's subject to this application. So this application again is only to consider the lands contained within that yellow dashed line. The previously approved subdivisions would, they've already approved, for example, the road known as Meadowlands Drive. That's directly to the north of the subject lands, and that Meadowlands Drive has been approved to extend all the way to McPhillip Street in the west, as well as Main Street in the east. So it's a connection, a new collector road that goes all the way from Main to McPhillips. As per the existing development agreement that was entered into as a condition of approval for that previous subdivision that I mentioned, development of these subject lands cannot proceed until the extension of Meadowland Drive across the CPR right-of-way to Main Street has commenced. And as I mentioned, the Meadowlands Drive has already been approved to extend all the way from McPhillips to Main Street. So this shows phase 1 of the development. So lots that have been approved, in addition to, again, the plan area, which is outlined here in the blue line. So this just shows how the proposed lots connect to the wider area and the other lots there in phase 1. So while I'm on the screen, just again, I want to reiterate that the public roads that you see here have been approved already in a previous subdivision, as well as the development block. So when you look at the subdivision application map submitted by the applicant, the roads that you see here have already been approved. The 4 blocks that you see here have already been approved. This application is simply to divide those blocks into individual lots that each would contain a single dwelling unit. So the applicants indicated that they would be developing these lands with 2 family dwellings. The zoning, the RMF1 zoning that's already in place, allows for ground-oriented multifamily dwellings such as townhomes, but the applicant has reiterated that their intentions for these lands are that they develop with 2 family dwellings. So a 2-family dwelling would be located with 1 unit on each adjacent lot. So 2-family dwelling unit on 2 lots, 1 unit on each lot, with a shared boundary running down the middle of the structure. The proposed lots all exceed the minimum requirements of the RMF1 zone. So the minimum width required in that zone is 24 feet. The proposed lots range from 24.5 to 31.2 feet. The minimum area requirement in the RMF1 zone is 2,400 square feet, and the proposed lots range from 2,695 square feet up to just over 7,000 square feet in area. So again, all the lots that are being proposed here do comply with and even exceed the minimum requirements of that RMF1 zone. The applicants also submitted a sidewalks and pathways plan. So the blue and the yellow that you see here are the proposed sidewalks. Again, this is part of the wider development, and I've just identified the specific lands that are subject to this application there in the yellow dashed line. But the applicant submitted this just to show how the lands are incorporated to the wider subdivision. Our administration has also requested an additional sidewalk beyond what's shown here to be constructed on the east side of Paul Street, between Addis Avenue and Meadowland Drive. So generally located by that yellow line that's now appearing on your screen. So that's the additional sidewalk that the RM has requested be constructed as part of approval of this subdivision. So this sidewalk, as well as access restrictions to the proposed lots, so where new driveway access points can be located, those are to be addressed in a development agreement, either by amending the existing agreement or by entering into a new agreement. The applicants also submitted a fencing plan. And so what I want to point out here is that the rear yard of a number of the lots are directly adjacent. They abut the CPR railway tracks. So the applicant's proposing a 6-foot high wood fence along the rear property line, which you can see denoted in red on the fencing plan before you now. And again, I've just outlined the subject lands in the yellow dashed line. So they're proposing a 6-foot high wood fence along the rear property line, as well as a 30-meter setback from the railway lands. So that 30-meter setback is consistent with what is recommended by CPR for a setback from their railway. Although I should note that the existing development agreement only requires a 15-meter setback. So the existing development agreement requires 15 meters. The applicant's proposing 30 meters of a setback for new structures to be constructed on these lands. A number of comments from government agencies we received relate to regulatory approvals for the servicing for this development. Now the subject lands will be fully serviced with municipal water and sewer. Some or all of these approvals have already been obtained rather as part of the approval process for that previous subdivision that I mentioned. So when I read the conditions, there'll be a number of conditions that relate to approval processes for servicing. It's my understanding that all or at least most of these approvals have already been obtained, but the conditions will just ensure that the applicant receives confirmation from the relevant agencies. They do not require any further approvals. I do want to mention that Middle Church Secondary Plan policy states that multifamily buildings should conform to the principles of universal design and where possible contain units that are accessible or adaptable for people with physical disabilities. So if deemed necessary, council can add conditions they deem necessary to address these policies of the secondary plan. The proposed subdivision is in the general conformance with the development plan and Middle Church Secondary Plan. Aside from the aforementioned comments related to servicing, commenting agencies generally noted no concerns. Easements are required for Bell MTS, Shaw, Manitoba Hydro, and Centra Gas, and the applicant must contact Canada Post to determine mail delivery requirements. So should council wish to approve the application, our office recommends the following conditions be placed. 1, the applicant submit confirmation in writing from the CAO of the municipality that taxes have been paid, development levies have been paid, a drainage/lot grading plan as prepared by a qualified engineer to the satisfaction of the municipality, and the existing development agreement is revised or a new development agreement is entered into to address the following, but not limited to access and developer to construct 1.5 meter concrete sidewalk from Addis Avenue to Meadowlands Drive on the east side of Polly Street. Design and installation to be approved by the municipality. Condition number 2, applicant submits written confirmation from Manitoba Hydro and Central Gas that an easement agreement has been entered into. Number 3, the applicant submits written confirmation from Bell MTS that an easement agreement has been entered into. Number 4, the applicant submits written confirmation from Shaw Cable that an easement agreement has been entered into. Number 5, the applicant will initiate contact with Bob Friesen from Canada Post to determine mail delivery requirements. Number 6, submit confirmation from Conservation and Climate Water Control Works that the applicant has satisfied all conditions for water control works under the Water Rights Act, including, if required, provision of an engineered drainage plan. Number 7, applicant submits written confirmation from the Office of Drinking Water that any necessary approvals have been obtained from that agency prior to the start of construction of the water infrastructure. And finally, number 8, that subdivision file number S16-2701 is completed and registered at the Land Titles Office, creating the public roads that are to provide access to the proposed lots. That's all I have for this application, and would welcome any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Planner. I'll go around the virtual table here and see if there are questions for you. Councillor Bassetti, any questions for our planner?
It's more of a comment to the planner. It's good to see that this developer has, made some consistency to another development in this area that this council approved by putting the multifamily up against the tracks to buffer, the single family homes from the noise and stuff from the tracks and from the commercial area or residential, the retail area. So, the sidewalk is only going to be at that one end that you added where the green was by Polly to the west.
Yeah, so the condition that the RM's request is that the existing DA is revised to require the developer to construct a 1.5 meter concrete sidewalk from Addis Avenue to Meadowland Drive on the east side of Polly Street.
Okay, I understand. I didn't hear the part about from Addis Avenue. Okay, and no, just liking to see the consistency from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bassetti. Councillor Pereg, any questions for the planner?
Oh, just mostly comments. And I think the developer is a good idea. They are not exposed to existing main commuter roads with the noise and to the tracks on the east. It will act as a buffer for noise to emitting from there. And also there be commercial properties along there. So I think this is consistent with what they have, as Councillor Bassetti indicated. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Prague. Councillor Link, any questions, comments for our planner?
I'm not sure if this is a question, Madam Mayor, for the planner or for our CAO. This is phase 1 of the development. And it's adjacent to the houses on the existing houses on Addis. Does the DA call for sewer infrastructure for the homes on Addis? Does that include provision, access to the sewer line for the homes on Addis?
Mr. CO.
When there are homes going up on Addis, there will be, the utilities will be available to the current residents on Addis.
Okay, so just for clarification, Mr. CAO, then you mean those single family houses that are going to be south of this RMF1 area?
Yes, the house is south, like the new house is, and the old houses will have access to the lines too.
Okay. Are those new houses, the new houses that are south of this RMF1 area, are they included in the development agreement or not? For this RMF1 area? I think maybe I'm confusing you. Is there a separate development agreement for this RMF1 area?
Phase 1 is all the stuff that you see highlighted on the screen right now for from the planner. That's all. Yes. Phase 1. So that's all. There's a development agreement for all of that, and then okay. Phase two will hit the other homes along Addis at a later, well, phase 2 point, right?
Okay. Are there any maps available that show phase 2 and then any other subsequent phases?
Well, what you're seeing is the concept for the rest of the phases, but there's maps that are staged out for phase 2, 3, 4. And I think there might even be a further stages than I can't remember off the top of my head. And they're also in negotiations with the school division.
Okay, so then.
So you may see some alterations in the future.
Okay, yes. So they're not available to the public yet, in other words. The concept drawings for the rest of the area.
Well, the phases have been published before, so yeah, I could see what's available and I could pass it on, to people that are interested. We have a plan to put out in the very near future something to the residents in the area there that are on current existing residents on Addis.
Yes, I got wind of that. I'm happy to hear that, and I hope that's within the near future. It would be appreciated by the people on Addis, that's for sure. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Link. Mr. Planner, are you able to show the map that you showed showing the overall area? Councillor Link was asking if there we go. Councillor Link, there's the map for the overall area.
Yes, but the phases are not shown. That's what I was after, a map showing the phases, but it's not available.
Thank you. Councillor Kleiber, any questions for our planner?
Mr. Payton, you had said, I think 4 or 5 times that this doesn't require a public hearing because of approved roads. Does the Planning Act say that we don't require a meeting because of approved roads or because of existing roads or roads being created. So based on what you're telling me is because there was this plan for a subdivision that was previously approved, any subdivisions in this area that come forward will not have a public hearing. Is that correct?
Yes, so the only time a public hearing is required is where new roads are being proposed. So in this area, most, if not all, of the roads that you see on screen on this context plan have already been approved as part of the previous subdivision. So there would have been a public hearing associated with that. So it would be, yeah, there's no requirement to hold additional public hearings. Again, those roads have already been approved, and there were already public hearings associated with those approvals.
Okay, so that part of the act only applies to, let's say, somebody dividing a piece of land and they need some road to go through somewhere. And so part of that, part of that application then would have a public hearing because a new road is being created. And what you're saying here is that all of this proposed is now not going to have public hearings, right? Yeah, I think that's what you're saying, correct?
Only if public hearings only required if the exact wording is if the proposed subdivision will result in the creation of a new public road, council must hold a public hearing.
Yeah, I just want to be clear because you know what's going to happen is we're going to have people come back and say, well, those roads don't really exist yet. So is it existing? Is it created? Is it approval? And, you know, people might get upset because there's not a public hearing, right? So I just want to clarify it right off the hop so that it's clear to residents that there's not going to be any public hearings here because this has already been pre-approved as far as that goes. Sidewalk, the sidewalk that's being proposed, is that going to be, and maybe maybe our CAO can speak to that. The sidewalk that's being proposed there, is that going to be wheelchair accessible?
Yes, it is. Concrete sidewalk.
Yeah, the width too. So that's great. I'm glad to hear that. Is there also on this zoning, there's a height restriction on this one of 45 feet?
I believe it's 35 feet. I'm just going to double check.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, a maximum height of 35 feet.
Okay. Pardon my ignorance, but I had a call today and somebody asked me if they were going to put up 3 stories there, but with 35 feet, you wouldn't be able to put up 3 stories. It would be 2 stories, correct? I think so. Yeah, and our CEO is nodding his head, so I'll take that as a yes. Okay, and CP Rail made some comments about following the noise and vibration. Notice that their recommended setback was 15 feet and we're going over and above that with 30 feet. Is that right?
Meters is actually what they is. So they are recommending 30 meter setback from this type of line, and that is what the applicant is proposing, a 30 meter setback.
Excellent. And I know they also recommend berms for dissipation of noise and vibration. And one of the things that they are pretty adamant about is that whenever you have anything adjacent to a rail, the issue becomes noise and vibration. So has the developer allowed for any berms or anything to dissipate noise and vibration?
I'm only aware of the fencing that's being proposed. Again, it's a 6-foot high wood fence along the rear property lines of those lots where they abut the railway. If there's a berm or something similar required, it might be in the development agreement. Perhaps the administration could clarify that.
Okay, to our CAO, is there any anything in the development plan regarding berms for dissipation of noise and vibration?
I'm not aware of any. Pam might correct me on that, but I'm not aware of any the developers meeting the meter length from there, and that line goes. There's 2 trains go a day on that line. They're about 10 cars long. They go slowly along there because they'd be crossing the perimeter highway shortly after. So there's a rail line. There's designations they have for safety, but this is not a busy line at all, and it hasn't been for a large number of years.
Good, thank you. And I think that's great for residents to know too, because we get those questions. And then, you know, I know that the train doesn't come that often there, but you're right, it is a little bit slower. Do we have any grade or slope requirements for the wheelchair sidewalk? Just because, you know, if you have a sidewalk and it's going uphill, might be difficult for a wheelchair access. So is there any grade or slope requirements on that sidewalk? Or can we put something in so that it's people are able to do that as far as the accessibility goes?
There's accessibility there that won't be an issue. I mean, there'll be no curbs, so they can access to get on, and the ground's level there. It's not going up a hill or anything.
Great. So we're not going to have any slopes there. It'll all be good. Okay, thank you very much. That answers my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Kleiber. A couple of questions, comments from my end. In terms of the public hearing requirement, I just want to clarify for residents that is a provincial change that was made to the Planning Act. That has nothing to do with this council in terms of not having public hearings on roads and the Act section that you read, Mr. Planner. So I certainly don't want our residents to think that was our change, and that's not something that whenever we can go to the residents, we certainly do. The issue of no public hearings, I'm not sure if you can answer this, but there would have been many public hearings held as part of all of the previous approvals of this.
I've got some dates.
Oh, Mr. CAO, maybe I can turn that to you then to answer.
So there was a subdivision hearing on July 2017, so the council before this. And before that, July 2017, there were 3 engagements with the public held by Mr. David Palubeski. The rezoning came in October 2017 to council, so not in this council, but the previous. And this council approved the DA in August 2019.
So 3 open houses, and how many applications that would have involved public hearings there? 4?
Yes.
Okay. And I looked today, there's still a site, this has now been renamed the Meadows, but previously their working concept name was Riverdale West. And this is exactly the plan that they had dating back from 2017. So I know there's been lots of questions from area residents to Councillor Link about what's happening and what's going on, but that's the exact same plan that they started working on in 2014, brought to the public in 2017. And this has been on their Riverdale West website since 2017. And then they've renamed it and so there's no surprises on this one, and there might be changes coming based on the school division, but Mr. CO?
Yes, and I just want to reconfirm that because I went back to our planner and asked, can you do a comparison and have there been any changes? And she assured me that this has been the same plan that has been there for a long time.
Thank you, Mr. CO. I know that there's been a lot of questions about stages and timing, and Councillor Link has received those questions, and I've received some of them about when are the different stages happening, what does that look like? But the reality is it's dependent on the construction timing. And so if my understanding is correct, this first phase was to take place last year. And there's been delays due to COVID. So when residents ask us what's happening, when is construction starting, This plan is the same plan from 2017. There's no smoking gun, no shocking information that residents don't have. And construction begins when the developers are ready to begin construction, and a whole bunch of factors play a role in that, possibly even increasing construction costs and all these different things that our administration and council certainly has no control over. But I just want residents that would be tuning in to hear that, because there's nothing, the plan has always been the same, and the timing is really dependent on the developer. Councillor Link, go ahead.
Yeah, the plan is the same, but it does say right on the plan, it is a concept plan. And as CAO pointed out, it can change. Hasn't changed so far, but construction has just begun, right? There seems to be some negotiations around the school site, so that could change the plan as well.
And I think it's important. It's that balance that we strike with residents saying, I want to know exactly what's happening here. So these guys have been so open and transparent. The 3 large open houses they had at West St. Paul School, this same plan since 2014, but it is subject to change. So it's hard for us to say that when we produce a concept plan, but the province is funding a new school, and this is the area that they'd like to see it. Plans change. So as soon as we know that information, the public would know that information, but it's very hard to have a nailed down plan and say this is exactly what's coming. So, that's the problem with residents want to see a conceptual plan. It is conceptual. Go ahead, Councillor Link.
Well, I think part of the need for an update is they see the construction happening in phase 1. And so subsequent phases are more imminent, and it does affect them. The infrastructure that's being put in does affect them, and the changes to their streets and the traffic does affect them. So they need an update. So I'm glad that an update is coming soon. It's my understanding it's coming soon. Can you confirm that, or?
So I'm just trying to hang on as they get to the final details with their school negotiation. I do know that the original plan for the school was on the south boundary of the subdivision, and the school board is wanting it to be more in the center and closer to the perimeter. So they want it central so that everybody can walk to school there. So I'm just hanging on because I feel they're fairly close, is from what I understand. And then if I give out the final details, at least I'll have a good idea with the school and what that means to, if they plop the school down and, where there's homes now, those homes will be built somewhere else. So that's what I'm hanging on for at this moment. But I would think in the next 3 to 4 weeks, we'll be sending out details to the people, and what's happening will include the phases. We won't be able to have timelines for all the phases because it depends on the market, but we can have the phases and what they look like.
Thank you. I'm sure that the residents will appreciate that greatly. Thank you.
And so just as a follow-up on the construction, I'm really proud of our staff. When the developer announced that construction was going to begin, we sent out an email blast to our entire community to say that infrastructure was going in there. So if anybody is not registered to be receiving our email blasts and they're not sure of what's going on, that was sent out immediately before construction even began, saying that pipes were being put underneath number 9 highway, that infrastructure, water lines, sewer lines were all being installed. So our residents have been notified of that. When they see mud being turned across and by the perimeter there, we want to make sure they know what's going on. There are no surprises. So Councillor Link, if you want to continue to share that with them, we've been sharing with residents and emailing them directly. I encourage them to sign up to receive our email blast. Mr. CAO, in terms of informing and educating the public about future phases. I'm not sure how that works because depending on what the school division, these negotiations have taken place between the school division and the developer. Before those changes are made, that will have to come to council to approve new subdivisions. So I'm not exactly sure how that'll work in terms of rolling that out to the public, because anything proposed in terms of changes to this plan that we see, because all of the roads, as the planner has pointed out, have already been approved by a previous council in 2017. So how can we release information to the public saying this is the new plan if you don't have approval from council that actually in fact will be the new plan? So I would just caution us that before we release anything, without knowing whether or not your council approves it, that we're not releasing information until we see a proposal, an application come to this council for changes to this subdivision.
Yes, Mayor, thank you for that notice to me that if we do put anything out, we'll put notes with that saying that, final approval is going to be with council. And I'll be very careful that, when I'm sharing details with the public, that it's accurate and what could be shared at the time.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. I don't want misinformation and rumors, and we want to share accurate information. Councillor Link, go ahead.
Did I hear you say, I'm not certain, you were emailing residents directly with information?
No, that's not what you heard.
What? Oh, okay, I was mistaken then. Then you were referring to email blasts, were you?
Yes, our administration email blasts out information to all our residents.
Yes, I
Yeah, so
realized.
when construction began on that process, that's done by our municipality. I didn't email residents on that information.
Okay.
An email blast went out on behalf of administration, letting everybody know that the infrastructure was being installed.
Yes,
that was
I saw that.
wastewater and yeah.
Yes, I saw that.
Because we want residents in your ward and all residents going down Main Street, if traffic is disrupted, for things going on, we want to make sure they're informed. I'm assuming you don't have any problem with our staff informing residents.
No, but if staff are sending out information to residents, I sure hope they could copy me so that I'm aware. Because sometimes people need some clarification, and if I don't know what they're talking about, I certainly can't help. So I would make that request. No, it's just I mistakenly heard that you were emailing information to residents, and I was just going to make the same request. If you're emailing them, please email me. Thank you.
Councillor Link, I would encourage you to sign up for our email blast. For almost all of the email notices that are sent out by the municipality by email blast. I receive them at exactly the same time as residents do, as I'm sure all of you do as well. So if you have not yet signed up to receive our email blasts, I encourage you to do so. I receive those email blasts right along the same time as our residents do. I'm not micromanaging our staff, and I'm on the list like everyone else.
As I am as well. As I said, I saw the email blast when the infrastructure had begun across the highway from this development, yes.
Mr. Payton, if I could ask you to pull up that picture of the area zoomed in. I'm really happy to see sidewalks going on Polly. I think that's really important. I was just wondering if you had information, that last slide where it's really zoomed in, if you had information on the depth of those lots. It definitely looks like it's exceeded the requirement, which is a good thing.
Yeah, certainly. They do exceed the depth. Those numbers are on the subdivision application map. I don't think we can read them on the screen for you, but if you give me a moment, I can take a look at the map submitted to the application and get the numbers for you. So they're in meters. The depth of most of the lots is in somewhere in the range of 33 meters. The depth of lots, though, adjacent to the railway are substantially greater to allow for that 30-meter setback. So the lots that are adjacent to the railway have depths that exceed 50. They look like 50 to even greater. There's one that's 70 meters in depth. So it does vary, but it looks like the depth essentially generally varies from 33 to 70 meters of the block.
If someone wants to make that conversion for me, 70 meters to feet.
70 meters is about 230 feet.
230 feet. Okay. And so does the 30 feet buffer come from that property? Is that, so it's that deep because they're going to have to take off 30 feet from that and it'll end up being a 200-foot deep property?
Yes, but just to clarify, it's a 30-meter buffer, so it's nearer to 100 feet that's set back from the railway. And yes, that would be a part of those lots.
Okay. So this is going to end up being like 130 feet of a depth of a lot.
Well, the lot is still 230 feet. It's just that the house cannot be within that buffer area.
So when they place their fence, can the fence be placed within that buffer area, or the fence has to be way back 30 meters as well?
No, so the fence that's being proposed is right along the rear property line. So that 30-meter buffer, my understanding is that it applies to the residential dwellings.
So if I could have you go back to that picture again for me. So those are 70-meter lots. The ones on the end down here that are on the south side that are shorter lots, what's the depth of those lots that'll be backing onto new lots coming up? Do you have the information on the depth of those?
Those are in the range of 30, 35 meters. So again, that's roughly 100 feet. Just looking a little closer now, yeah. Again, approximate only, but generally in the range of 35 meters in depth. The lots, that's specifically the lots in where my cursor is here, block 4.
Okay. Might not go over well, but what I'd like to see along there is a sidewalk. And I know we've had lots of conversations about sidewalks and what they involve. I know there's been discussion, and I've followed City of Winnipeg discussions about regular sidewalks and how coming into the property, it creates issues in terms of parking. I'd like to see a sidewalk, and I think we did it in Parkview in some areas, even if it's asphalt, running right to the curb and gutter, that our Public Works Department could lift a blade and run down that street, and where it doesn't create a smaller area for these guys to park. These are extremely deep lots. I don't know what council thinks of this. It's no shock that there's a dense group of homes going in here, 122 lots, duplexes, and that's fine. This has always been the plan, but that's a lot of people in this area. I know that this is not, that street that's running down is not a collector road. But the reality is we're probably going to have cars turn off the collector road thinking that they're turning on Poly, and they're not. And we're going to have a lot of people in this area. So if council is agreeable and supportive, I'd like to see a sidewalk right up against curb and gutter, not partway up into driveways, because that does not permit for really a lot of parking. And I think parking is going to be a bit of an issue here, but that's how it is in these areas. But wondering if council would support a curb and gutter asphalt area to keep people off the street. I'm concerned about that corner and kids on bicycles. This is going to be a densely populated little area here. So I see Councillor Kleiber's hand up, and then I'll go around and see if sidewalks is something that people would support. Councillor Kleiber, go ahead.
Well, I have two questions. Where would you, can you show on the drawings where you want the sidewalk? Where exactly you're proposing this?
I can't because I don't have control, but Mr. Planner, if you could run the cursor like on the east side of the street, running all the way, yes, right there, and running right down and around the corner, right up to the curb and gutter. Yes, right there. The other is a back lane and an inside road. I'm not concerned about that, but I do have concerns with cars coming around that corner and not seeing kids, not seeing what's going on. And, you know, I know sidewalks are a challenging issue, but does it clarify? Councillor Kleiber, go ahead.
Yep. I guess the next question would be is where are we gonna, I guess we take part of the roadway for the sidewalk then? I guess that's the next question. The other thing I'm wondering is in our requirements, do we have fencing as a requirement for those properties that are up against the railroad track?
The applicant's proposing a 6-foot fence there. I believe that is actually a requirement in the existing development agreement, but
Okay.
your administration can confirm that.
So safety issues, that's what I'm thinking of there. But so the mayor said, yeah, you know, we have that setback. We have to set it back a certain way, but they have use of the full property. That's kind of what you were saying, Mr. Payton. Yeah. Okay. And I'm okay with putting a sidewalk there as well. I think that's a good idea because I agree with you. There could be potential safety issues there. So I'm on board with that.
Thank you, Councillor Kleiber. I haven't read the resolution yet. We're at 2 minutes to 10. So I'm going to need to have a resolution to extend the meeting to 10:30 if we're going to keep talking about this. Moved by Councillor Kleiber, seconded. Unfortunately. Councillor Link, thank you.
What are we approving here?
Sorry, I can't. Go ahead, Councillor Bussetti.
What were we approving here? Sorry,
Just a resolution to extend the meeting because it's 1 minute to 10 o'clock and we can't keep talking. So we got to extend the meeting to be able to finish this up, or we have an open discussion here.
Or Mr. Payton's gonna have to come back next week.
Yeah. I've got a mover, Councillor Kleiber, move to extend it to 10:30. Councillor Link, second. Councillor Link, go ahead. You're on mute.
Sorry, Madam Mayor. So we're going to extend the meeting and finish this item, and then that will be it.
I believe so, unless we approve checks, that would be it.
Okay, thank you.
I have a mover and a seconder. I'll call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. Councillor Kleiber, are you finished asking questions? Then you were okay with the sidewalk?
Yeah, I'm okay with the sidewalk, and I'm glad to see there's that mandatory fencing. Those are good safety issues.
Thank you.
Good proposal.
Okay. Councillor Bussetti, are you okay adding a curb and gutter sidewalk along that edge?
they call it a pathway.
Whatever they want to call it. Just get everybody off of the road on that side. Councillor Prague, are you okay with a sidewalk running along the curb and gutter?
Oh, I don't. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I can't hear. Sorry, Councillor Prague, I didn't hear you.
I said no, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Link, are you okay with the sidewalk going along the curb and gutter?
Well, how wide is the road, and would the sidewalk take up part of the roadway, or would we be using part of the fronts of properties for the sidewalk area?
Municipal right away.
Beg your pardon? I'm sorry?
Mr. CEO, if we were going to do that, it would go into the properties as part of the municipal road right away.
That's what we would attempt to be doing, yes.
Good. I would not want to see the road narrowed. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, if you like, I can provide some additional information from the drawings that were approved in phase one. It does appear that there is, let me just double check. It looks like 5.9 meters in between the edge of the road and the property lines. Also, the and wastewater lines would run along the back side of the street as well.
I can't hear anything.
Sorry. Mr. Payton, maybe I could get you to put the cursor again. So between the edge of the road and RM right of way, we have 5 meters to work with, Ms. Elias, where we can ask them to put a curb and gutter, a path / sidewalk running along the curb and gutter.
Yeah, in our drawings, I show 5.9 meters, which converts to about 19 feet.
Okay. Any indication of what a typical sidewalk width is? 5 feet? Yeah. So we have plenty of room on our RM property to ask them to run a sidewalk across there, and the residents can't do anything on that property anyway. Mr. CEO?
I don't know if it can be right up against the curb. It depends if there's services there and that, but we'll come up with a solution.
So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 members of us that are supportive of that. Mr. Payton, would you word that as a condition, or would that simply be part of a development agreement?
So what I would do is add that as a under condition 1D, third item. That would read, developer to construct a sidewalk along the east and south side of Cornerstone Heights from Polly Street to Meadowland Drive. Design and installation to be approved by the municipality.
And that's item, what number, Mr. Planner?
That would be 1D3.
1E?
1D3.
Okay. D3. Okay. Are there any additional comments for discussion? Otherwise, I will read the resolution. Okay. All right. Be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of West St. Paul under Section 125(1) of the Planning Act approves subdivision application S21-2892 for parts of roll number 5, 6, and 7 parish of RL 5, 6, and 7 parish of St. Paul, rolls 27,500, 28300, 28450, and 28600 to subdivide 9.39 acres plus or minus, excluding public roads previously approved, into 122 lots ranging from 2,695 square feet to 7,063 square feet, subject to the following conditions. 1, applicant owner submits confirmation in writing from the Chief Administrative Officer of the municipal satisfactory to council have been made. B, payment of any applicable development levies have been paid. C, a drainage lock rating plan to be prepared by a qualified engineer to the satisfaction of the municipality and to ensure that the proposed properties do not drain into or impede drainage from neighboring properties. D, the existing development agreement is revised or a new development agreement is entered into to address the following: access developers to construct a 1.5 meter concrete sidewalk from Addis Avenue to Meadowland Drive on the east side of the Polly Street design and installation to be approved by the municipality. Mr. Planner, I'll get you to read that addition.
3, developer to construct a sidewalk along the east and south side of Commerce Street from Colley Street to Meadowland Drive. Design and installation to be approved by the municipality.
Thank you. 2, applicant owner submits written confirmation from Manitoba Hydro and Centra Gas that an easement agreement has been entered into with Manitoba Hydro and Centra Gas Manitoba Inc. with respect to existing and or future facilities associated with the subdivision, and a real plan of easement as required by the Real Property Act has been provided. Registration of the agreement will be included as a condition of the final certificate of approval. Contact Manitoba Hydro at the following. 3, applicant owner submits written confirmation from Bell MTS that an easement agreements have been entered into with Bell MTS with respect to existing and or future facilities associated with the subdivision, and a plan of easement as required by the Real Property Act has been provided. Registration of this agreement will be included as a condition of the final certificate. Contact information listed. 4, applicant owner submits written confirmation from Shaw Cable that an easement agreement has been entered into with Shaw Cable with respect to existing and or future facilities associated with the subdivision as required by the Real Property Act. Registration of this application will be included in as a final condition on the final certificate of approval. 5, the applicant will initiate contact with Bob Friesen from Canada Post, information attached. 6, submit confirmation from Conservation Climate Water Control Works that the applicant has satisfied all conditions for water control works under the Water Rights Act, including if required provision of an engineered drainage plan. 7, applicant owner submits written confirmation from the Office of Drinking Water that any necessary approvals have been obtained from that agency prior to the start of construction of the water infrastructure as outlined in the correspondence from the Office of the Drinking Water dated March 15, 2021, and 8, that the subdivision file number S162701 is completed and registered at the Land Titles Office, creating public roads that are to provide access to the proposed lots. Can I get a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Bersetti, seconded by Councillor Kleiber. Any further discussion? I will call for a recorded vote. Councillor Pereg, go ahead.
The sidewalk there, doesn't it have to be okayed by the engineers? So pending an engineer's report should be added to that thing?
Mr. CEO, as part of the development agreement, how would that approval process work?
Yeah, it will have to go to the engineers, and engineers will have to come up with a plan for how we're going to put that sidewalk in.
Okay, that's all yeah, thanks.
Councillor Link, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Will that sidewalk also be accessible even if it is not concrete, if it is asphalt? They can be accessible as well if they meet the standards?
I believe that the condition says a concrete sidewalk.
Okay, so I think anything we put in should be accessible. I don't know what
Yeah,
other,
well, the condition says concrete.
okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor Kleiber, go ahead.
Just so if we're going to put the sidewalk in, I'm going to assume the slope is good and that it's wheelchair accessible, correct? Yes, I think the CEO said it on the other one. We'll do the same thing here, right? Just to alleviate any fears. Thank you.
Mr. CEO, that development agreement would come back to council for approval before signing the revised agreement.
Yes, it would.
Okay, sorry, I was on mute there, but the CEO heard me. The revised development agreement has to come back to council for approval before it's signed. So council will see what that looks like and what's included in that. I've asked for a recorded vote. See no further discussion on the matter. I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Payton, for hanging out with us for an extremely long evening, a lot of planning sessions. And thank you for walking us through all of the applications. We really appreciate that. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Invaluable expertise. All right, we are all getting tired and winding down. I am simply going to take us down to approve payments so that people who do business with the RM get their checks. And then we're going to wrap this up and call a special meeting and finish our meeting on another date. That was a lot of planning items and I think we're all tired. Yeah. All right, accounts. Accounts and invoice payment 10.1. I'll read the resolution. Be it resolved that the vouchers 42087 to 42183 as listed and totaling $235,160.21 and void check 41861 and totaling $73.50 be approved as presented. Can I get a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Kleiber, seconded Councillor Prague. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Thank you. And can I have a mover to adjourn the meeting? Moved by Councillor Prague, seconded Councillor Bersetti. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your evening, what's left of it, and we'll send out notice on the next special meeting to finish up this agenda. Thank you, Council.
Good meeting.